Hola, buenos días. Buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. We're about to begin, so I would like you to take a seat, please. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this second day on the International Road Safety Motorcycle Conference. I would like to make two reminders before starting with the first roundtable. First of all, you have simultaneous translation available, and you can find the devices by the door. So if you don't speak either English or Spanish, you can take one of the devices that you will find by the door. The second reminder, yesterday we were a bit delayed, so today we will be complying with the times. This is both a message for the speakers and the moderators. Once the 10 minutes are over for every presentation, you will find this bell. And once the next 5 minutes are over, you will hear two bells. So at least you will be warned this time. Having said all of this, now we can begin with the first roundtable. We've been talking about the safe systems. However, we didn't really explain what a safe system is and what the pillars are. Therefore, I would like to invite to the stage Jenny Carson, Jonas Johnson, and Veneta Vasileva. They will be explaining to us what a safe system is.
Okay, so let's start with Dr. Jonas Johnson. Por favor, silencio. We are going to start with Dr. Jonas Johnson. Jonas Johnson is the head of the Department Traffic and Road User at the Swedish National Road and Transport Research Institute. The department focuses on traffic safety, vehicle, technology and human factors, as well as sustainable mobility and active modes of transportation. Un fuerte aplauso para Jonas.
A big round of applause for Jonas Johnson.
Thank you, and good morning. Can you hear me? Yes, it works. Great. So, it's okay. Sorry, it's moving ahead. Power two-wheelers, I think. We have already discussed yesterday, is a very important part of moving to a sustainable transport system. But to be part of a sustainable solution, it has to be safe, of course. And already yesterday, we heard a lot of things that could make riding more safer. And I am going to tell you about an effort that I think was a great success. A lot of international experts coming together to discuss prioritized items, actions to move ahead with making riding more safe. And I move directly to the results of this exercise. So we choose to call it priority actions for power two-wheelers. And I will just give you a very short overview of what we mean by this. We came up with 8 priority actions, and you already heard, I think, some speaker mentioning this work yesterday. So the first one is move to sustainable practice, and that is about organizations, companies, authorities, NGOs, taking more responsibility for their own operations and their value chains and how the safety footprint looks like in their operations. Supporting modal shift is, of course, to use different transport modes more effectively and more wisely. That may, of course, mean, or that by necessity means that we may need to move away from cars, and that means we're going to have more power two-wheelers on the road. But it, of course, can also mean that we move away from power two-wheelers to having kids go to their school by public transports and so on. So it goes both ways. Adopting safe vehicles and equipment, of course, there is always the industry is pushing for better technology and safer vehicles, safer equipment, and this, of course, has to proceed, and there are a lot of well-known established solutions. I think we mentioned yesterday ABS, which is a priority technology, and the always headlight on technology, for example. Educate Safe Riders is about having a solid licensing system and state-of-the-art education, of course. I think you heard the speakers also mentioning that we really discuss the issue that different levels and different regions are really on different levels in these areas, in several of these areas actually. So what works in one setting may not work in all settings, of course. That is an important point. Redesign infrastructure, moving away from a car-centric approach to accommodating the needs for vulnerable road users. That is crucial. Ensure safe speed is, of course, about speed compliance, but also setting the right speed for a particular facility. And finally, we have protect, or not finally, but the second last one is protect children. That has many implications and was a topic that we discussed quite a lot. It may make sense to provide public transport for children, for example, but in the cases where there are no options but to use power two-wheelers, we need to make sure that children have proper protective equipment and proper equipment to ride safely. Of course, it's also about making the vicinity of schools and areas where there are a lot of children extra safe, taking extra care of the infrastructure around those areas. The final one is the increase of knowledge. Power two-wheelers and the safety of power two-wheeler is an area where we need to do a lot more research. And I think we heard several speakers mentioning this yesterday. It's not certain that we can take results from one region and apply it to another because there are particular settings. So we need to understand what measures works best in what settings. And that is the priority action that we came up with. And to give you the background, we did this workshop as an attempt to establish these items in the spirit of Vision Zero and to elaborate on the 9 recommendations of the academic experts group from the Stockholm Declaration. And there are actually several people in the room here today who did a tremendous work to get this workshop into place, and then they deserve all the credit. So it was a really large team effort and a lot of people involved in this. And the workshop itself was collecting 120 experts from all over the world. And it was 6 separate sessions focusing on different topics with a moderator and a rapporteur, and also my personnel from VTI who wrote the final report. They received the material that the moderator and the rapporteur collected and turned it into a report. So this was quite a knowledgeable group, I would say. And we tried to have these were really meant to be global recommendations, and I think we really succeeded. we tried to have experts from different fields representing different stakeholders, like industry, authorities, cities, research, and so on. And also, we could not, of course, cover all the countries in the world, but we at least tried to consider these regions here, and we had representatives from all these regions. And just to give you a flavor of the report, it's a long report and you can read quite a lot of the task that is considered important for each of these priority actions. But if you don't have the time to read the entire report, we tried to provide a sort of a one-page summary collecting the most valuable insights of each of the priority action. And just to give you a flavor of how it looks like. This is for the adopt safe vehicles and equipment. It talks about the fitment of ABS and CBS, always headlight on, but also the need to establish testing procedures and providing consumer with good knowledge about the safety performance of their personal protective equipment. Similarly, for the Protect Children, as I said, this is several different areas you need to look at, making infrastructure safe, maybe providing children with other means of transport, but also providing the right gear for children to ride safely. I think this will be the end of my talk. I think the great success in this is, it's nothing new. You heard about this countermeasure already. But what we managed to achieve was really a consensus. So what is in this report is something that basically everyone agreed on from different parts of the world representing different stakeholders. And in that sense, I think it was a great success. And if you Google riding in a safe system, you will find the VTI report that you can download and have a look at if you want to go deeper into what the workshop really discussed. So that's all for me. Thank you for listening.
The next speaker is Jenny Carson. Jenny Carson is a project manager at the European Transport Safety Council, responsible for the PIN Road Safety Performance Index program. She joined the European Transport Safety Council in 2020 and has worked on European policy since 2000. She was previously at the East of England Regional Office in Brussels. She holds a BA in Modern Language and European Studies from the University of Bath, UK. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you very much. So first, a little bit about the PIN program, which I manage at ETSC. So it stands for the Road Safety Performance Index Program. And it's a project in which we benchmark the road safety performance of 32 countries. So we have the 27 EU member states, and then also the UK, Norway, Switzerland, Israel, and the Republic of Serbia. And we really look at the state of road safety in all of those countries. We have one person in each of those countries that provides us with the data and the information on what's going on in their country. We have a steering group that looks at an overarching view of the project. And every year we publish 3 reports, so an annual report looking really at the state of road deaths and serious injuries, and 2 thematic reports on a different topic, and that's what I'm going to talk to you about today, a report we published last year particularly on power two-wheelers. We also hold a number of webinars, and we held a webinar also on power two-wheelers at the end of last year, and you can find that on our website. Along the bottom of the screen, you see the sponsors of the PIN program. We're very grateful to them for their support. And a small map to see the kind of benchmarking that we do using traffic light colors for progress in road safety. So this is the report. I have one copy with me of the document that I will talk about today. So firstly, the scale of the problem. What is the situation regarding motorcycle power two-wheeler safety in the 32 countries that we cover? So we found that over 45,000 power two-wheeler users have been killed on European roads in the last 10 years. And if we look at the graph, we can see the progress in reducing those deaths between 2011 and 2021. And we can see that overall motorcycle deaths have been declining more slowly than moped deaths, but also all other road deaths. So motorcycle deaths decreased by 25%, power two-wheeler deaths, by 25%, and all other deaths by 33%. So there's a big difference there, and there's obviously a lot of work still to be done. Another way to look at the safety of the roads of a particular country is through road risk. So here we look at kilometers traveled, the distance traveled by a certain vehicle, road user. It's very difficult data to gather, so there's not a lot of countries that can provide it to us. But here we have the countries that were. And I think one of the most important messages from this graph is that we can see that the countries that have overall good road safety are also safest for power two-wheelers. And I'm thinking here particularly of Switzerland, the Netherlands, and Sweden. All have very good, very high road safety generally, and it works also for it passes it on to the power two-wheelers. Next, we look at the issue of age. Now, this graph also shows a gender aspect, which is very stark, obviously, and I'll talk more about that later. But I think here, what's important to look at is the reduction in the number of younger power two-wheeler users that have been killed. So we have the dotted line is 2011, and the thick line is 2021. And we can see a big reduction in the number of particularly 14 to 23-year-olds that are no longer killed in 2021. What's perhaps also interesting is the spike here in the number of midlifers who are now more being killed in 2021 than they were in 2011. And I think that's an important message for policymakers. We made some changes to the driving license directive, and we at ETSC believe that it could be presumed that that has had an impact. You can no longer drive a power two-wheeler without a test. The recommended age for driving the smaller vehicles was set at 16. So we presume that some of those changes in the driving license directive could have impacted this drop in particularly the younger drivers. I mentioned gender in the last slide as well. Motorcycling safety is a male problem. 9 out of 10 power two-wheeler users killed are men. And you can see here the different proportions across the 32 countries. It's true that men drive motorcycles, power two-wheelers, more than women. We do also have a graph for mopeds, where the proportions for females are slightly higher, but really there's very little difference. So that's the data, that's the information we have in terms of the data. But what can we do to address the issue? What can we do to try and improve power two-wheeler safety? And so in our report, we look at a number of different, what we call countermeasures, things that we can do. So I mentioned age already. The young rider age is a risk factor in power two-wheelers, and we need to make sure that we are setting the age of access to power two-wheelers appropriately. I mentioned before that the age in the driving license directive for the smaller vehicles, the recommended age is 16, and yet in our report, 18 of the PIN countries have a lower age for that. So it's something to think about. We have graduated access now as well through the driving license directive, which is welcome as well. But then we need to look at this issue of the midlifers. The skills, we need to improve the driver and rider skills. We need to make sure that they are trained in safety, in risk awareness, and we also need to obviously improve the skills of the car drivers to make sure that they are aware also of power two-wheelers. Infrastructure, things that can be done on infrastructure. We have some nice examples in our report of work that they are doing in different countries, perhaps around safer guardrails that are power two-wheeler friendly, projects trying to guide riders safely around bends on tight rural roads. There's a lot of examples in our report. The safety of the machines. We know that there's a lot of work had been done on ABS. It's now compulsory on certain vehicles. But what about other vehicle technologies? We're seeing a big drive in vehicle technologies in cars, but could more be done on power two-wheelers? Technical inspections, we have some data in our report also about the level of tampering and how tampering machines impacts collisions, and a number of vehicles that had been tampered that were involved in fatal collisions. Could more be done if we had more technical inspections of power two-wheelers? Enforcement, speed, as in all road safety, collision speed is a major factor also for power two-wheelers. We need to make sure that power two-wheelers are also that they can also be enforced. So we're thinking about things like if you have cameras from the front and a power two-wheeler is riding with a helmet, they can't be seen if they don't have license plates at the front. There are aspects there that we perhaps need to address. And lastly, protective equipment. We have data in our report also about the number of power two-wheeler users killed in PIN countries that weren't wearing a helmet. And it's definitely still an issue. We have some very high helmet wearing rates, it's true, but there are also areas where we could have, things could be improved. So that's a quick overview of my report. We include some recommendations also from ETSC. I just include a very few of them here, so making a practical test mandatory for the AM licenses, so mopeds, perhaps extending the technical testing, don't lower the minimum age for solo riding, ABS for all motorcycles, and perhaps develop guidelines for improving the infrastructure. And you can find the report on our website here. And as I mentioned, there's also a webinar we held at the end of last year, and the recording is there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. And our last speaker of this introduction of the safe system is Beneta Vasileva. Dr. Beneta Vasileva is responsible for coordinating the road safety activities of ACEM and its members. She also acts as ACEM representative in a multitude of European and international bodies and institutions. She coordinated the preparation of the industry safety strategy, the Safe Ride to the Future 2.0, launched in 2020. Thank you, Beneta.
Good morning. I'm very happy to be able to present the industry safety strategy. But before that, I would like to give a very brief introduction to our association. ACEM is the European Association of Motorcycle Manufacturers based in Brussels. And we represent the interest of our members at European level. Our members are the leading manufacturers of mopeds, motorcycles, tricycles, and quadricycles. And we all also have 18 national associations in different European countries, including Spain, where ANESDOR is extremely active, and we could see the result of this wonderful organization that they made together with DGT. Okay, so this is our brief introduction. So safety is top priority for the motorcycle industry, and we are currently implementing our strategy launched in 2020 and endorsed by the European Commission. The statistics shows that there was a serious improvement in rider safety in the last decade, but obviously there is a lot of room for improvements, and the industry is strongly committed to safety. But what is important also to underline that it is so complex issue that the industry alone could not make a big difference. So we really need the support of the policymakers, the decision makers, users organizations, and the whole civil society in order to make a real difference. So these are the slides that the Commission wanted to share yesterday because of some technical problems. Claire Debray was not able to show them. Actually, what it shows is that in more than 50% of accidents involving PTW riders, these accidents are due to the collisions with cars and trucks in some cases. And all in-depth accident studies shows that the main causation factor for these accidents actually is the fault of the driver, who normally does not see the oncoming motorcycle, or he misjudges the speed of the motorcycle, which provokes the accident with some serious consequences. Of course, we have almost half of the accidents involving riders who are single accidents, so there is also a lot of room for improvements and to make riding safer. So our industry safety strategy, of course, is based on the safe system approach. Because of the specific nature and dynamics of PTWs, as for example the exposed position of the rider, the safe riding is an extremely complex ecosystem. There are so many important factors that are playing a role in creating this favorable environment for safer riding. So therefore, we consider that it is extremely important that we all work together. Just a very simple example, for example, a poor road surface could be a contributing factor for accidents involving different road users, obviously. But when it comes to PTW safety, it could be extremely risky and hazardous factor, which could lead very easily to using the balance of the vehicle and then having an accident with more or less serious or less serious consequences for the rider. So therefore we consider that the safe system approach, all the components actually of this system approach should be taking into consideration the specific needs of the riders. And a serious progress could be made only if this approach with all the components is implemented at European, national, and local level, and only if all stakeholders work together. Otherwise, we could not really make a big difference and take the good and positive trend on the way to Vision 2050. So our industry strategy has three main pillars. Of course, technologies are at the core of our strategy. This is the core business of our members. I will not go into details because we have a specific session on technologies later on and connectivity. We have a fantastic exhibition of all features available on the market today. I could only mention that manufacturers are offering and introducing to the market more and more vehicles with more and more advanced safety features. But I would rather concentrate on the promotion of high-quality training, which is also crucial for rider safety, and then on the cooperation with stakeholders at national level. So in terms of training, we have the European Motorcycle Training Quality Label, which is a voluntary certification scheme open to all bodies, providing safety-orientating training in Europe. So the programs are awarded only if they meet a very strict set of stringent criteria covering the content of the training, the actual implementation, the coaching methods, the qualification of the trainers, and their constant improvement and many other factors. And the evaluation of the training programs is done by independent experts from the German Road Safety Council. And in order to guarantee the high quality of the training program, normally the label is valid for 4 years. Annual monitoring visits are paid by those experts to ensure that the high quality training is maintained during this period. And then we know that nowadays the training provided in different European countries, I'm always talking about post-license voluntary advanced safety training, is very heterogeneous. So through this initiative, we really hope to promote the high quality training in Europe, and we strive encouraging European riders to attend voluntary safety trainings on a regular basis, because safe and responsible behavior is a key to the rider safety. And even more, all label holders, they're ready and willing also to share their expertise and to provide help to countries with limited offers. Yes, you heard well, even though in Europe we are quite developed region, there are still some countries with very limited offer for safety training for riders. So the label holders are ready to help those countries to establish similar safety courses. And then the European Motorcycle Training Quality Label is an excellent example of how the joint efforts by the industry, NGOs, users' organizations could work together and deliver efficient and well-tailored safety measures. Some of the programs received also an institutional recognition at national and local level. For example, in some countries, the local communities have decided to pay a bigger percentage of the training fee, and thus making even the training more attractive to the riders, because these courses are also quite expensive. In other countries, we have the insurance companies who are working with the training bodies providing these certified courses, and they provide a very serious discount to riders who are attending those certified training courses. So these are good examples of how the institutional recognition already received at the European level could go to national and also a local level. And last but not least, for the European Motorcycle Training Quality Label, now we are trying to go one step further to bring it to one step higher. So all 36 certified programs, together with the academia, are aiming to develop a so-called level system concept. The idea is to try to cluster the cognitive and riding skills in a groups of increasing abilities which riders need to be able to have these skills in order to address the most frequent accident scenarios involving riders. Yes, I am almost there. So country-specific approach, what does it mean? We know that PTWs, it's a wide range of vehicles, including mopeds, motorcycles, tricycles, quadricycles, which are used for different purposes in different countries, tailored to satisfy citizens' needs, going from urban, peri-urban, rural individual mobility, small logistics in the cities, then to recreational activities like sport, tourism, leisure. But at the same time, the realities are so different in Europe, so we could not compare the leisure use of motorcycle in Sweden, for example, for a couple of months, to the everyday mobility patterns in Spain. So obviously there are some specificities that should be taken into account. And in addition, as Jenny mentioned, there is a great discrepancy between the member states in terms of safety rider performance, which is quite interesting as well, because we offer the same vehicles all over Europe. So therefore, we decided to work with the biggest motorcycle countries, going there, meeting the most important stakeholders, of course, mainly the decision makers and policy makers, and trying to figure out what are the most specific safety challenges in these countries, and of course try to identify efficient countermeasures. So we have been organizing a series of events, workshops, and safety conferences like we did a couple of years ago in Barcelona, for example, and it proves that this is really an efficient approach to work with national authorities and to try to find the most appropriate safety countermeasures. So just to finish, safe system approach is extremely important for rider safety. We would like to work with all stakeholders, and even if we have on the European roads all motorcycles, mopeds equipped with the most sophisticated advanced features, this would not make a big difference if all stakeholders do not work together, and if we do not implement the whole range of safe system components in all levels, European, national, regional, and local. So I invite you to read our strategy, to consult also the website of the quality label. And then, thank you very much, and let's work together to create favorable environments for the safe ride to the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Jonas. Thank you, Beneta, for respecting the timing. That was all. So, voy a presentar la siguiente mesa redonda.
I'm going to introduce the next roundtable. We have heard what the safe system is, and now we're going to look at the pillars. Yesterday, we had an in-depth session about integrating policies, one of the pillars of the safe system. And now, in the next roundtable, moderated by Damiano Zamana, we are going to look at safe users and what do we mean by it. So, I give the floor to Damiano Zamana. Thank you very much to the previous panelists for the presentation, previous speakers for their presentations.
So maybe we take advantage of a few minutes that they are changing the setup. It was very interesting. Frankly, what I was listening, it was impressed. I was impressed by the quality of the presentation, but my takeaway of these 3 introductions on the safe system approach is that we really need to work together. We must be able to master the principles of shared responsibility, first of all, safe infrastructure, education, and of course, in the end, we need a cultural change in order to be able to make every ride a safe ride. We need the involvement and the efforts of every actors. Now we turn on a safe users panel, and I'm very pleased and honored to have 4 high-level representatives of different institutions and associations. We will try to give an overview on the users of motorcyclists and their feeling towards the safe system approach, of course. Then we will go to the post-license training, an example from Spain, the Directorate-General de Tráfico. Then we will also take a closer look on the airbag clothes, airbag vest for motorcyclists. Is a new, well, not very new, but a brand new protective equipment that is coming on the market. And then we will listen a little bit on the latest development on the standards regarding protective equipment. So I'm pleased to call from the International Motorcycle Federation, Christopher Odder, that is the Public Affairs Manager. He has an experience of working as a lobbyist for the motorcycle sector more than 17 years. He began working for the British Motorcycle Federation, representing riders to the UK and EU governments, and then he started to volunteer for the International Motorcycle Federation. He worked also in 2014 for the UK motorcycle industry, working on all technical and legislative issues ranging from vehicle type approval and personal protective equipment before moving to work full-time for the International Motorcycle Federation. He does not compete, but he rides an Harley-Davidson 750 cc. Then we move from Montserrat Perez Lopez, that is the Deputy Director of Training and Education for the Directorate-General for Transportation. Since 2009, hold various positions in provincial headquarters and central services for the Central Traffic Headquarters, among others. She also holds the position of Technical Advisor of the Superior of Traffic, Road Safety and Sustainable Mobility, and the position of Deputy Assistant Director of Road Training since October 2020. Now she holds the post of Deputy Director of Training and Road Safety Education since January 2024. I'm also pleased to call the university, the academia. So Raul Aranda is a recognized researcher of the University of Munich. Please, Raul. With a solid experience in the fields of impact and biomechanics, human modeling, and crash simulation. He graduated in mechanical engineering from the University of Zaragoza, and then he obtained a doctoral degree from the University of Munich, where he currently continues his research activity. Throughout his career, he has actively participated in various research projects related to motorcyclist safety, specializing in the analysis of motorcyclist airbag protectors. As last, we call Federico Vitale from the Italian Association of Motorcycle Manufacturers, ANCMA. After 10 years working for public affairs in Piaggio Group and some stints in the automotive sectors, in 2012 he joined Confindustria ACMA, where he is managing the international regulatory affairs, representing the Italian manufacturer in several international associations and institutions. Now, we have a very diverse, I would like to say, group of panelists coming from the association, coming from the manufacturer, the academia, and of course the regulatory body. I would like to start with Chris, that will tell us a little bit about the point of view of the users of motorcyclists. You represent the International Motorcycle Federation, 121 countries affiliated. tell us a little bit what the FIM is doing on this sector.
Okay. So thank you, Damiano. So this will be about the user's point of view with regards to motorcycle safety. So quickly about what the FIM, I realize some of you probably know what the FIM is, but maybe some of you don't. The FIM is a federation of organizations, national organizations around 121 countries across the world, spread out over 6 continents. We have been around for 120 years, so this is our 120th anniversary this year. This is why we've got a lovely new logo up in the corner there. About the FIM itself, so we describe ourselves as the this is from our website, by the way. Describe ourselves as the governing body for motorcycle sport and the global advocate for motorcycling. So the sports side is obviously very well known, but the advocate, we speak on behalf of motorcyclists around the world. We promote motorcycling. We basically go around telling everybody that motorcycles are great. Not always a welcome message, but we like to say it anyway. Just in terms of the ethical aspect, because obviously we do organize competitions on motorcycles, we take health and safety very seriously and environmental impacts very seriously. And that's not just on the sports side. We also try to bring that practice of health and safety to the other aspects of our activities, including, as we're talking about today, road safety. So what is it that the motorcyclists actually want? Well, in terms of our own safety, well, the main thing is really high quality fun training. And the fun bit is the key bit. The quality bit, obviously, we want high quality training, but the fun is important because we're going to be paying for it most of the time. So if it's not fun, we're not going to do it. There is plenty of training out there, and there's plenty of fun training out there. So it's a commercial product. It's one of the things we need to think about. Second on this list is good quality clothing. So this is clothing that not just protects you when you have an accident, but clothing that keeps you dry when it's rain, keeps you warm when it's cold, and keeps you cool when it's hot. And not too much to ask for one piece of clothing, I'm sure. And also, we want the technology. We want the traction control, anything that makes the fun of riding a little bit more fun. We want the ABS, just in case for those serious circumstances. Sometimes we're a little bit skeptical about whether it's good, whether it's going to work when we want it to do, whether we could do it better. But the reality is, most of the time, if you give us the choice, and it's not a big expense, then we'll probably buy it. What else do we want? Well, nice weather. Everybody wants nice weather when they go for a ride. We want a bike that starts first time. If anybody ever had an old motorcycle, you know the joy of coming down, you've got all your gear on, you go to the garage, you wheel the bike outside, you press the button, and nothing happens. Nobody enjoys that. But we also want a nice smooth road surface, potholes, imperfections, bumps, gravel on the road. These are all things that they're not fun, they ruin the ride, and also they're now actually very dangerous. We also want interesting curves. Nobody wants a straight road. Not even Americans. Actually, we like roads that have corners in them, nice corners. And we want considerate other road users. We want the other people on the road to be aware that we're there, move out, give us space, don't pull out in front of us. If they're Dutch and they're in the mountains, not be carrying a caravan or taking up loads of road space, as they all do. And that's basically what we want. Pretty simple. However, this is the European view. This is 5% of the problem, as we heard from Maria yesterday. This is not the global view of road safety. This is just a very specific area where we want to make small improvements that might have a good impact for some people. In the rest of the world, motorcycles are for transport. And as we hear, in places like Colombia, are also increasingly for work. So we're not just talking about road safety, now we're also talking about workplace safety. And the responsibilities there are different. So most of us who have an employer will say that the employer is responsible for our safety when we're at work. But in reality, a lot of these people are working for themselves and they're responsible for their own safety. And this is where it gets complicated. But those riders are not any different They still want nice clothing, and they still want, all those things I was talking about earlier, nice weather and nice curves. But the requirements are different. So now we're not just talking about top quality protective clothing, it also has to be affordable. And when we're talking about basic training, this is not just, training for fun training that we're going to do because, we want to be a bit better at riding motorcycles. In a lot of cases, this is the very basics. And it's not just for them, it's for the other users on the road too. Because in many countries in the world, if you can afford the vehicle, then you're allowed to drive it. It doesn't matter what license you've got or anything like that. The realities are very different. Part of that is reliable enforcement. So in many countries in the world, the enforcement mechanisms just don't work in practice. I mean, most countries in the world have some kind of helmet law, but you'd only have to go to quite a few countries to see that it's not operating in practice. And that's because enforcement isn't there. And that's not just enforcement for the users, that's enforcement for everybody on the road again. And these are not issues of rider safety, and specifically, these are issues of civil society. Many countries in the world, you can see people take children on motorcycles, and they might be interested in their own safety because they've got a helmet, but they have to take their kids to school or to work with them in some cases. So child seats and child clothing and all those little things that there are realities. In other cases, it's basic road standards. So whereas we might want a perfectly paved road, in a lot of countries, they don't have paved roads, or if they do, they're built very quickly and very cheaply. And they might look brilliant for 2 months, and then the winter comes, and the trucks are driving on it, and all of a sudden you've got massive holes, and sometimes the roads collapse completely. So making sure that those roads are safe and usable. And a key one there is emergency healthcare. A lot of places in the world, the road safety issue is not necessarily just that the roads are dangerous or the vehicles are dangerous. It's the fact that if you do have an injury, you might not get seen. You have horror stories of whole wards in hospitals that are taken up by injured motorcyclists, and frankly, there's nobody able to take care of them. Or in other countries, there's cultural problems where if you are near an accident, then you might get blamed for the accident. So everybody just runs away. And then you've got a different story of somebody lying there prone, dying, and nobody wanting to help them. And then, just to be clear, as we heard yesterday, there are people in these countries who campaign on these issues locally. They are there on the ground saying, we need some help, can you help us? We've got associations of what they call boda riders in places like Kenya, where they form mutual assistance groups. So they support each other if they get injured. They campaign locally for safer roads, safer conditions, and in some cases, some regulation. And they're there, and they need support from the wider community. We heard yesterday about the Faixa Azul in Sao Paulo, and a lot of those campaigns for those sorts of ideas of roads are actually come from courier riders in the city who want help, who want safer roads. And then finally, the conclusion is really support the riders. We're there, we're campaigning, we want help on issues. What can you do to help us? We're not asking for a lot of complicated things in a lot of cases, we just want some basic stuff. So, yeah, that's it really. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chris, for this short introduction, but complete. I would like also to dwell a little bit into what you said, linking with the previous presentation that we're speaking about the human factor and the measures that are addressing the human factor. Do you see these measures of human factor that improve rider safety, or do you think that there are also other factors that should be taken into account in order to improve rider safety?
I think most riders in Europe in particular get some kind of training, and in many cases they're willing to do more training, perhaps, as long as it's fun, as I said. But I think in the rest of the world, yes, the training needs to be given more widely. It needs to be specific to the type of use that they're using. So training on carrying children as passengers, training on working on a motorcycle, training on, for other road users about how to interact with motorcycles. A lot of the training that we have in Europe in particular focuses on how to ride a motorcycle, and the training for drivers focuses on how to drive a car. But it doesn't necessarily focus on training how to interact together, and I think those are important factors.
Thank you very much, Chris. And then if I quote the Brazilian Minister of Transport last year at the ITF in Leipzig, he said, you're talking about road safety. In my country, I need to talk about the road before starting to talk about road safety, because first of all, I need a safe infrastructure before talking about who is on the road. So this dichotomy from different point of view from Europe and other parts of the world really need to be at the base of our discussion. Now we move to the Direction-General de Transport. Montserrat Perez, please tell us a little bit about the post-license training for motorcyclists that you are planning.
Bueno, buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. I've decided to do my presentation in Spanish. I only have 10 minutes and I don't want the bell to ring, so I will feel freer to do it in Spanish. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for ANESDOR and Ibercaja and my colleagues from the Observatory of the DGT, all the work and the effort they've put into organizing this meeting, this international conference, in this lovely setting. The Strategy 2030 for road safety establishes what the different policies will be, and there are 9 areas. One of them, people who are trained and capable. Yesterday, our general director said that the roadmap to be developed in the area of education and training, and which is inside this area, it has been divided in 2 functions. On the one hand, those things that we're going to develop, which is training before doing your driving exam, and on the other hand, training after getting the driving license. So the idea is to encourage and to guarantee training of people who have a driving license. So that's what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to mention a specific project that we're carrying out in the DGT. This is driving for safety driving for motorcycles and mopeds. These courses have been designed by the working group within the DGT. And within this group, we saw what the content was going to be. We together worked on the content, the guidelines, and they are volunteer courses. People can attend voluntarily. It will give 2 points to those people who attend them successfully if they comply with certain requirements. There must be a driver with a positive number of points, and the maximum amount of points you can get is 15. But what is the objective of these courses? The objective is to continue to train the drivers as a prevention of risks so that we can avoid accidents. During a long time in Spain, there have been safe driving courses given by different organizations, associations, insurance companies, and throughout the years they have been gained prestige and acknowledgement by society. So it's nothing new what we're doing, but from the DGT, what we have done is design specifically the content of these courses. And it means that people can gain 2 points in the driving license. So we have developed a quality certification system for these courses. This system has been developed through an accreditation scheme together with ENA, the National Accreditation Authority. And it is done according to the evaluation of conformity. It's a standard that indicates what kind of requirements a certification organization can certify different products, activities, services, etc. This scheme for accreditation, as I was saying, is made up of 2 main parts. It establishes the requirements of the organizations that offer training and certify those courses, and it collects all the content, requirements, etc., that those courses must meet. The requirements for a certifying body. First of all, it must be impartial and independent. When carrying out the activities, when having contracts with different trainees, etc., there are personal requirements. People, as regards training and experience, there are requirements, there are material requirements, and there are requirements concerning the structure of the organization, of the certifying organization. This organization that issues the certificates must be responsible for its actions, etc. So this document, this accreditation scheme, is a public document. You can find it in the DGT website and ENAC website. It is a living document, working document that changes constantly because it has the content of the courses. This is a draft. We have a draft at the moment because the introduction of these courses requires the approval of the ministry, so it is not a final document yet. What are the requirements to do these courses, which will train these drivers and will give them 2 points? Well, the first thing we did was to set up 2 types of courses, one for urban roads and one for the normal roads. Minimum duration is 6 hours. There are a number of requirements for the trainers, for the facilities, and for the content. The content is very detailed, and how it is organized and given in the course is also very detailed. In the case of safe and efficient driving courses on urban roads, we have theory training. It lasts about 1 hour 15 minutes. Things like new urban mobility, risk elements, and other content is included. For example, equipment. It has an aspect about, it has elements of awareness raising. So it's not only about being able to drive your motorcycle, but there are also values that must be reflected in the training. How to share the road, how to be respectful towards other drivers and take them into account, etc. All of that is very, very detailed in this draft document. And then we have practical training divided in 2 parts. Training that happens in a closed circuit, which are for skills training. In urban areas, we do a number of stationary maneuvers, which should prove that people are agile, they're good, they have good driving skills, etc. The main difference with other courses that existed before is as follows. In our courses, our DGT courses, it is compulsory to have training in open roads. In the urban courses for urban roads, there's a minimum. The minimum duration of the course is 2 hours, and the driving in open roads is 1.5 hours. We have another half hour for all the necessary stops, and so that the trainer can give all the indications or clarifications or explanations necessary to the trainee during the training. The itinerary, it has been previously predetermined, designed as part of the course, and it includes different elements so that we can properly train the driver. We also have 30 minutes for conclusions, which will look at the practical elements and also the theoretical elements, and it will close the course. The courses for conventional roads have the same structure. The same time is allocated for the training, a minimum of 1 hour 15 minutes. But in this case, we look at risk factors in conventional roads and other elements that we consider necessary for this type of driving. The difference with the previous course in the practical training is that the times are different. Here, the duration is shorter on the road as regards maneuvers for the skills, driving skills. Agility and balance and braking exercises are included. Are included in the previous one as well, but here they last less. And then we have we look at in open roads we look at curves and counter curves, etc. We have established itinerary. And what elements must be part of that itinerary are predetermined and very well specified in the course. There's time allocated for rest as well, and time for indications, clarifications, and any explanations necessary the trainer must give to the trainee. And then there's 30 minutes for conclusions. As I was saying, these are drafts at the moment. We're waiting for the ministerial approval. We hope it happens as soon as possible. I hope it's interesting for you. Summarizing this course in 10 minutes is not easy. The content is very wide and much more detailed than that. And before the ring bells, if you want, I do want to remind you that training and education are basic pillars of road safety. Road safety is the responsibility of all of us. We said that yesterday, but I think we must remember that constantly. The objective is saving lives. The challenge we face is very, very important. And in order to reach that aim of zero deaths, we have to work together. And administrators, civil society, and all of us have a bit of responsibility. I am happy to be here and happy to see that this international conference is pushing this agenda. Thank you very much. I'm at your disposal for any clarifications or questions, and I hope you enjoy my presentation.
Muchas gracias, Montserrat.
Thank you very much, Montserrat. Yesterday, the director from DGT was saying that the main challenge is accidents on the road in Spain. So how could I ask now the question? How can we reach a balance between road training and training in cities in the program that you just presented? How can we reach that balance between the two different ways of driving? Well, as we saw, the two courses have the same structure. One of the things I couldn't explain in the presentation because, well, obviously those courses are much more detailed, and the design is for both cities and roads, and this is also related to the driving license category. Of course, in the urban courses, those are related to A1 and A2 courses. However, if we go to a conventional road, we will be talking about bigger motorcycles and a driving license. For me, there is something crucial here. When you already have a driving license, you need also the theoretical training. Yesterday, we talked about the risk perception, the need for the driver to anticipate to the risks. And here we really need to make a distinction because it won't be the same driving in the road or in the streets. The risks that we face are different. That's why we need to design a course specifically. The same happens to maneuvers. the maneuvers will be entirely different, whether it is for the road or for the street. And the main basis and the main difference in the two courses is the circulation in open roads. In this sense, it is key to comply with the current itinerary, because this will provide the driver with the necessary skills to avoid car accidents and general accidents.
Available, this course will be linked with the European training quality level proposed by us and the FIM, but let's see in the future. Now I would like to pass the floor to Raul Aranda from the University of Munich, that will tell us a little bit which safety benefit can airbag clothes deliver. We know that as of today we have only one mechanical type of airbag that is homologated. So let's see what is happening in the next future.
Buenos días a todos, un placer saludarles.
Good morning, everyone.
I'm research at the University of Munich, Department of the Biomechanics and Accident Analysis. Some factors like their poor visibility, their inherent instability, and especially their limited structural protection, make power two-wheelers one of the most dangerous modes of transportation, which in the end, it is translated in a higher risk of fatal accident. Looking at some statistics, in the motorcyclists and moped users accounted the 28% of all world traffic accidents in 2018, the 70% in the European Union. If we get a little closer, only in Germany, at the same year, 619 riders died and more than 10,000 were severely injured. Focusing on the thorax is the fourth most frequent body region injured, but present the highest rate of MIS3 plus injuries, more than 50%. Another study, a posterior study on the same direction, reported that more than 50% of the AIS4 plus injuries were located at the thorax. For those who are not familiarized with the AIS code, an AIS4 plus injury means a severe, a critical, or a fatal injury. Well, to protect the thorax, the main proposal from the passive safety perspective is the use of personal protective equipment, especially the use of an airbag protector. So what is an airbag protector for motorcyclists? In a very simple way, an airbag protector for motorcyclists is an inflatable system usually integrated in a jacket or a vest, which could be electronically or mechanically activated in case of accident. Most of the airbags available today on the market are certified according to the requirements of the standard EN 221-4 or 5. This standard evaluates the airbag protection performance of the airbag through an impact force attenuation test. In this test, a 5-kilogram striker hits the airbag placed over a steel anvil at an impact speed of 4.5 meters per second, around 16 kilometers per hour. Depending on the force transmitted force measured by the load cell placed under the anvil, the airbag will be classified in level 1 or level 2 of protection. However, some doubts have emerged about the suitability of this test to evaluate the protective performance of the airbag alone. Firstly, it's a test that presents low biofidelity. The test reproduces an impact between two rigid bodies. But in the reality, it happens an impact between a deformable body, which is the human body, and a rigid body. So the human body is not represented in this test. Secondly, it presents a low correspondency with the reality. The level of impact energy analyzed in this test is significantly less with those one presented in a motorcycle accident. Thirdly, the test presents some limitations to distinguish the optimal thickness-pressure combination. And finally, the scientific background of the impact force threshold values is completely unknown. So, due to these limitations, two questions come automatically. How much protection could a motorcycle airbag offer in a realistic impact scenario? How should a testing procedure for a more comprehensive assessment of the thorax airbag be designed? What kind of criteria should this procedure consider? To respond to the first question, we conduct a study based on numerical simulations. As a representation of the human body, we use a finite element human body model. To define a real accident impact scenario, we analyze accident data and we define the impact conditions in terms of impact velocity and radius of the impact object. We validated a finite element airbag model after testing a commercial airbag. And finally, we base our analysis of the protection performance of the airbag into biomechanical criteria. Firstly, we conducted a strain-based analysis, which was used to determine the number of rib fractures after the impact. Secondly, we measured the thorax compression, which, according to the compression criterion, is an indicator of the injury severity. Let's see some results. For an impact against an horizontal object at an impact velocity of 30 kilometers per hour, the airbag will be able to reduce the thorax compression from the 97 millimeters to 78 millimeters, reducing also the injury severity. A positive effect of the airbag is also observed by the strain-based analysis, being the airbag able to reduce the number of rib fractures from 6 to 0 in this case. However, if we look at the same impact scenario, but in this case at an impact velocity of 60 kilometers per hour, no significant influence of the airbag was observed. Looking at the thorax compression, similar values were obtained in both cases, with and without airbag. And in the end, the injury severity will be the same. Looking at the strain-based analysis, despite the airbag, a lot of rib fractures will be obtained. We've seen in the numerical study how different is the standard procedure test from a real accident scenario. So, how should be a better procedure for the analysis of the protection performance of a thorax airbag? Well, the test should be more realistic. That means that it should be closer to an accident impact scenario. It should be also more biofidelic. The human body, or at least the thorax of the human body, should be represented. So we need a human surrogate. And thirdly, the airbag protection, the evaluation of the airbag protection should be based on biomechanical criteria. Some of the last proposals and researchers are going in this direction. They are obtaining a more realistic impact scenario basically by increasing the impact energy. How? Increasing the impact mass and the impact velocity. They are also obtaining a more biofidelic test, including the hybrid 3 dummy, or at least the hybrid 3 dummy thorax. The hybrid 3 dummy is an anthropometric test device extensively used in the automotive field, and it is equipped with a transducer which permits to measure the thorax compression during an impact. This point is important because with the measurement of the thorax compression and the posterior calculation of the viscous response, we can obtain an estimation of the skeletal and soft tissue injury severity. With this calculation, we could create or elaborate a system who permits to analyze and classify the airbags depending on their probability of injury risk. To summarize and conclude, the protection performance of an airbag for motorcyclists depends extremely on the impact velocity. An airbag could effectively provide protection up to 30 kilometers per hour of impact speed. However, no significant protection was offered for high impact velocities. The doubts emerged about the current standard procedure to evaluate the protection performance of thorax airbags motivates the research of a new test procedure. This test procedure should consider realistic impact conditions, should include a human surrogate, and should base the protection performance evaluation on biomechanical criteria. Some reference if you want to check for more information. And thank you very much for your attention. And if you have questions, please don't hesitate to contact me.
Thank you very much, Raul. I don't want to be negative, but if we put together what we heard yesterday from the General Director of the Directorate-General de Traffic, that the main point are the accident on the carretera, so I imagine higher than 30 kilometers per hour. And your conclusion today, I ask the question, what are needed for the airbag? Because if the highest number of accidents happen on a highest speed of 30 kilometers per hour, and we see that they are not useful, so why are we investing on this tool? It's a provocation rather than a question.
Yeah, actually, well, if I don't have a question. Of course, we need to investigate for another technical solution. But with current technology, yeah, with the current airbags, we are limited to this, let's say, low impact speed. But yes, maybe the solution will be not only to rely on the airbag. It could be more a combination from different factors. If it is possible to reduce the impact speeds, maybe the airbag will have a chance to play an important role in the accident.
Thank you, Raul. And another point is a consideration. As FIM, we sanctioned the motorcycle sport, and it is 5 years, this year, 50 years, that we put compulsory airbag vest in the top competition, MotoGP, 3 years ago also on the cross-country rally. The manufacturers that are producing these airbag vests, I think they are into the industry, and they are. Do they share their data? Do they provide insights to the academia, to the research, in order to develop an airbag that can be used on the road? Again, another provocation. I know that it's very difficult.
It's a nice provocation.
But if we look at your slide saying up to 30 kilometers per hour, let's not speak about MotoGP, let's speak about cross-country rally. They go 140, 150, 160 kilometers per hour.
Well, responding to your answer, the direct answer is no. Yeah, if you call, well, the results that I presented, we analyzed an airbag, it was because a project we started with the German Association of Insurance, and yeah, they asked us about, hey, how good protection could an airbag provide? And yeah, we test an airbag, but we bought some exemplars of the airbag, some units, but we don't tell about them to the manufacturer. My experience in a lot of research projects, working with all of them, researchers, test institutions, manufacturers, yeah, when you are telling them, hey, do you want to try something new, to test in a different way from the standard, yeah, they are a little bit afraid, because yeah, they are afraid about, yeah, maybe my device will not obtain good results, will not provide the protection that everyone is expecting. So, yeah, that's
it's a long way, let's say, it's a long way. Let's hope to be there. Thank you very much, Raul. We conclude this panel with Federico Vitale, that will update us on the latest standards on personal protective equipment. Federico.
Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important conference. And I would like to link my presentation. We will do a very short journey within the protective clothing issue. The holistic approach is the basis of this conference, and I think that we all agree that it's a very complex puzzle Protective gears and clothing is one piece of this puzzle, very important, of course. But let's agree on what does protective mean in practice. Protection comes from, means to be safe, to be functional, and to be comfortable. These are very important principles that we will see also in the prosecution of my presentation. This is in order to mitigate the risk, not to eliminate, of course, the risk for serious injuries. But how to ensure that the protective clothing that are on the market provide for a high level of safety protection for the final consumers? Of course, the main pillar is the so-called PPE regulation, is the 2016 425, which was established middle of 2018. That was a real milestone, a very important milestone for the legislation in Europe, because those three basic elements were improved compared to the previous directive. We're talking about how to assess the conformity, bring it to the CE marking. We established the presumption of conformity based on compliance with the existing harmonized standards available. And of course, another important pillar is the market surveillance, which is in the hands of the marketing and the national authorities. I will come up later on these points. So the main pillar is this regulation, and I would like to draw your attention on some of the basic principles and the key design principles that are at the basis of each and every standard when we talk about protective clothing. The basic principle which has changed with this regulation is the following. The protective gear must provide adequate protection against the risk against which it is intended to protect and be designed, not against all the possible risk encountered. This is one of the key points that we have to bear in mind. Other key design principles are the ergonomics. So we need to ensure dexterity when we dress a clothing, because we need to be able to move our body. And ergonomics is one of the key issues. Classes of protection. Let's read all together what the regulation says, because it's at the basis of our legislation for motorcycle clothing. The principle around the classes of protection says that where different foreseeable conditions of use are such that several levels of the same risk can be distinguished, appropriate classes of protection must be taken into account. And this is one of the bases for, this happens also in the field of motorcycle clothing. Other important key design principles are innocuousness, comfort, lightness, and strength. So on the basis of these basic principles, here we have a snapshot of the current standards of motorcycle protective clothing. Most of them are under revision, currently under revision, because as you may know, of course, there is a systematic review. At least every 5 years, all the standards have been reviewed on the basis of the scientific and technological improvements and progress. So we will focus our attention on the last one, the 17092, because this is a very successful story according to our understanding. So this standard was established 4 years ago, during the pandemic era, I would say, after many meetings of the working group within the CEN, 6 years of intense activity. Of course, take into account the basic principles that we have seen before from the regulation. The decision-making was based on the consensus criteria. This is very important. And let's see also the 4 bullet points, which I don't know if you all are aware of, but who are involved in the definition of a standard. Not only, of course, industry representative, but also people coming from the university, from the insurers, from the notifying body themselves, and from research centers. So many stakeholders around the creation and the definition of a standard, because the standards will become the reference for the legislation and for the market itself. So those are the three main new findings that have been included in this new 17092 standard for the protective clothing for motorcycles. The modular approach, we have created 6 parts. The first one is the toolbox for the test methods, and the rest of the parts, the 5 parts, describe the 5 new classes of protection, depending on the way in which the clothes is used, and different types and classes of risk. A new zoning, we started from the previous standards, which was for 4 main zones of protection. We come up with 3 based on accidentologies. We analyzed the real facts, how in reality the clothes are used and how they manage to mitigate the risk of accidents. So 3 new zoning and a new abrasion test based on the Darmstadt more repeatable and representative methodology. Why we consider it a successful story? Because it changes dramatically what is happening on the markets. So before 2019, which is the key dates, there was a standard which was designed and defined for professional use basis, on the basis of a one-size-fits-all approach. So, I mean, the result was that on the market, we didn't have any CE-certified garments available for the final consumers. And the situation has dramatically changed in 2019, because with the new 17092, we have 5 classes of protection, with again, allowing for a modular strategy and approach. We have garments for all taste, use, and style of ridings, and all weather conditions that you may encounter. We have had a very important information campaign, not only on the basis of the dealers' network or the sales channels, but also helped by the social network themselves, but also the motorcycle sectorial media. I have to look at the chronometer. What was the result? The result is that today we have users protected, informed, and conscious. I would say also that we have had a cultural achievement, a cultural change. People going for buying the certified protective garments at the shop are not obliged to. They go because they ask for certified products. So it's a cultural achievement. We were talking about airbags. Of course, at SEN level, there is a group that is developing the new standard for electronically activated airbags on the basis of different configuration of accident, from crashes to the high side falls and the low side falls. We were talking about inflation time. And of course, the one interesting thing is that the group is developing new triggering requirements based on evidence coming from analysis of video accidents coming, of course, from the racetracks. So we are using a considerable number of video analysis in order to assess the new triggering requirements, and of course also the risk of misfiring while using the airbag is under the attention of the group. I would like to underline the fact that the expected finalization of this standard for electronic activated airbags is expected not before the end of the next year, maybe also afterwards, because of course the SEN process requires certain period of time to be completed. I was referring to the market surveillance. This is crucial together with the CE certification, because otherwise we don't have control of what's happening on the markets. And of course, market surveillance is in the hand of the national authority. I would like also to underline the fact that we need to take into account not only the offline, but also the online sales, because from the online markets comes in the European market many non-certified garments. So all in all, also at the level of design and production, safety is considered a system achieved only through innovation in all those fields. For example, for the protection, we are inspired by the patterns that we see in nature. In terms of performance, we go for extreme conditions to be used in developing protective garments. And also, of course, styling is something that is very important. A snapshot on helmets. Of course, as for the garments, also for the helmets, there's not a perfect and absolute perfect and best helmets for all users. We have best for certain needs and use. Clearly, the full face and modular offer the total protection, clearly, and useless to say. But at the same time, the jet and demi-jet are very important. The same regulations recognize this, because in certain conditions of use, let's imagine for countries where the temperatures are very high, the cooling of the heads and the claustrophobia and the possibility to have a limited view are all factors that have to be taken into account, especially for the less experienced people that use the vehicle. At a standardization level, we all know that we have had new elements included in the latest development of the standards. We have also included requirements for the accessories that are, of course, spreading on the markets, from the communication devices to the cameras. So all these things are included in the new regulation that, again, is also for the jet and demi-jet helmets. The very last slide, I don't want to bother you any further. Of course, the market in Europe of the protective clothing for motorcycle is a very dynamic market. We have more than around 25,000 jobs in Europe. And as you can see on the right side of the slide, Spain, Italy, Germany are the country in Europe where this industry is very active and dynamic. And I have concluded. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Federico, for your presentation. Yeah, indeed, the market surveillance, as you said, is crucial. Recently, we get a news on the UK market that finally a judge incriminated an online retailers to do a fake advertisement on the products, but the way is very long in order to obtain a surveillance on the market, on the sales. I would like to conclude this panel with an anecdote that you will see why I'm saying that. As I said, that the FIM is sanctioning competition. Recently, 7 years ago, we put compulsory also the chest protector for the riders. And recently, we introduced a women world championship on circuit racing. And the first technical check that our technical steward did on the women riders, they realized that the women rider was putting the chest protector here on the belly. And so the technical steward say, but why do you put it here? I mean, you need to protect yourself. It's a chest protector. You don't have the lungs here, you have the lungs and ribs here. So this is an anecdote to tell you that if we go to the users and to the consumer, we have 53% of the world population that is composed by women. And I urge the manufacturers of motorcycles, I urge the manufacturers of protective equipment to take in consideration the diversity of the human body and the needs of the users, because very often we see young women riders that are excluded to choose the option of riding a motorcycles due to the age of the motorcycles, the non-availability of protective equipment. So I don't want to be paternalistic, but really, if we want to say that we want to protect the users, users are composed by men and women alike. It's not sufficient to put a little pink line on the jacket to say that it is for women. A professional rider being obliged to put the chest protector on the belly. Figure out on the road, figure out a mother that needs to go to pick up their kids, etc., etc. If we want to make a safe road for all, we need to take in consideration also this. I thank you very much all the panelists today. Thank you very much Montserrat, Chris, Raul, and Federico. And sorry to keep it long before the coffee. Thank you very much.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultrarrápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultrarrápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultrarrápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
Have been selected.
Hola. Hola, buenas tardes. Agradecerían que vayan tomando asiento.
Good afternoon, please take a seat. We're about to begin.
En la anterior mesa redonda hemos hablado sobre usuarios.
We have talked about road users, safe users, and now we will talk about safe vehicles. José Manuel Pedrio from the Ministry of Industry, please come up to the stage.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. I will begin with a few words in Spanish, and then as a mark of respect to the other speakers, I will change to English. I'm representing the Ministry of Industry and Tourism, and I must acknowledge the effort made by ANESDOR and DGT in order to increase and encourage motorbike safety.
Continue the meeting. So, first of all, let me introduce to our colleagues. First of all, let me introduce to Mr. Jenny Fischer. Mr. Fischer acts as Senior Advisor to Yamaha, where he represents the company interests at Association of European Motorcycle Manufacturers at EU level in Brussels and in other various consortia such as Connected Motorcycle Consortium, Swapping Battery Motorcycle Consortium, and Car-to-Car Communication Consortium. He is actively involved in ITS development and vehicle safety issues with his combination of an engineering background and journalist background. He reached the technical and marketing discipline in the motoring industry. So welcome, and please be welcome and take a seat. I don't know, whatever you want. The second colleague that I'm going to introduce is Mr. Ben de Boubert. He worked for Honda Motor Europe. He's focused on regulatory and governmental affairs, shaping EU policies for cars and motorcycles in the field of cooperative, connected and automated mobility, engages with industry associations like ACEA, ACEM, and JVCE, and currently serves as chairman of the working group of ASA at ACEM, engaging in policy discussion on motorcycle safety. Welcome. Last but not the least, our colleague Adriano Palau. Adriano Palau is an automotive engineer with over 10 years of experience in the vehicle testing and validation domain. As a technical manager for ADAS and AD at Euro NCAP, he steers the working group related to active safety and is responsible for protocols development toward promoting enhanced vehicle safety. So welcome again. And finally, just two short introductions for myself. I'm Deputy General Manager in the Ministry of Industry and Tourism. I'm in charge of all the regulation and homologation of vehicles, and it's a pleasure to be with you all here. So the idea today is, as in other, as before, is 10 minutes per presentation for each speaker, and after that we have the chance to do some questions to the speakers. We are going to change a little bit to swap the order of presentations if our colleague Adriano must leave soon. So please, Adriano, you can start. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Jose. Does this work? Okay. Do I need a remote control for the presentation or no? It was supposed to be a remote, no, for the slides? Yes.
Sí.
Sí.
Ya está bien.
Gracias. Okay, thank you, Jose, for the introduction. And hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here presenting this very important topic for everybody as a society. I mean, for me, as a motorcycle rider, I take this topic very, very seriously, and it's an honor to take part of this mission. So what I am going to present today is not the ultimate solution to the problem. There are many solutions. There are many different ways, different avenues to tackle this problem. So what I am going to present today is which steps have we taken already at EuroNCAP, and which steps are we going to take in the coming years to tackle, to reduce the motorcyclist accidents in Europe. And the Vision 2030 document is a document that you can find in our website. I invite you all to have a look at it. It summarizes our future plans, our plans for the coming 10 years to tackle safety in many different areas, from a passenger car safety point of view, commercial vehicle safety point of view with our truck program starting this year. PTW safety is also in our agenda. This is what I am going to present today. And also shared and autonomous mobility. This is a bit more for the future. I'm not going to enter into details of what has been presented already by other colleagues. This is the data that the European Commission put together for 2021. What is clear from this picture is that we really have a problem. The problem is still there, and it's a really severe problem, right? Motorcyclist accidents represent a very big share of accidents in Europe, and it's very impressive to me to see that it's kind of half-half. The first half is crashes involving other collision partners, so car to motorcyclists, for example, and the rest of the accidents are just riders killing themselves alone on the road, right? So that's it's a very difficult problem, and I'm not sure if we will ever get to zero. I think it's very difficult to get to zero, but definitely we can do our best to reduce it as much as possible. Some observations that have been already pointed out by other colleagues yesterday. Motorcycles are affordable. They represent the concept of freedom. They give access to mobility to people that have low income. They have low carbon emission. So motorcycles are good, right? And I love motorcycles myself, and I really believe that with sufficient measures we can do a good thing from a safety point of view. So we need training, we need enforcement, we need infrastructure, we need vehicle safety from both the car and the motorcycle itself, and also protective equipment. So all these angles are part of the solution. The structure of this presentation and what we have in mind at the EURENCAP is a kind of a three-pillar approach. First of all is the ADAS, Advanced Driver Assistance Systems, that can prevent situations, safety-critical situations. For example, when you lose focus on the road, when the unexpected happens, these are systems that are there to help you when you need them. Right? Connectivity is a bit maybe a view towards the future. It is not yet clear, for me at least, how connectivity can help when we already have quite capable onboard systems. The current state of the art for ADAS is quite capable already, but nevertheless we don't close the door to see what connectivity can do to increase safety. For cars and for motorcycles as well. And also ARAS, so Advanced Rider Assistance Systems. So for example, corner ABS is a system that definitely will add safety to the rider. So going into the detail on these measures, when it comes to ADAS, we took a significant step back from 2023. We incorporated car-to-motorcyclist scenarios in our program. So we are testing already vehicles, what is the capability of these vehicles to avoid or reduce mitigate the severity of accidents against motorcyclists from a car perspective through a wide variety of scenarios. So car-to-car rear stationary, car-to-car rear moving, turn across path. The crossing scenario will be introduced in a couple of years. So definitely systems that will be, for sure, adding safety and protecting motorcyclists. And the Muse project was where it all began, right? Back in 2017, and for 2 years, all these scenarios were being developed with the outcome that we have today in our protocols. Here you have a few schematics about how these protocols are looking like, all the different scenarios that we are taking into account for the test and assessment of the most sold vehicles across Europe. Every single vehicle we test will go across these scenarios. And these scenarios represent a big share in the points to have the 5 stars on safety. And then we also have the assisted driving program, which has been launched this year. So this is under the scope of level 2 systems. So the combination of adaptive cruise control and lane centering, and how are those systems taking into account motorcyclists. So we have even more critical situations like the car-to-motorcyclist got out, car-to-motorcyclist got in, and even some scenarios in which we have introduced robustness, right? So here the main collision partner is the motorcyclist, but we put another vehicle in front just in case the sensing will have an issue to recognize who is who. Right here as well we have another situation. So always trying to step up the requirements when it comes to collision avoidance. Up next, well, like I have said, we will have additional scenarios in 2026 for car-to-motorcyclist scenarios as a part of our 5-star rating program for cars. Vans will also have to fit these systems by standard to get the maximum rating in 2026. And for our truck program, trucks will also have to fit as a standard system that are avoiding accidents with motorcyclists from 2027. Connectivity, I'm not going to enter too much into detail here because Hennes will definitely give you a good overview of what connectivity can do for motorcyclist safety. Just telling that Secure project led by UTAC last year put together a few scenarios that could potentially add safety to motorcyclists, to motorcycle safety. And here we have a potential timeline of technology adoption for car-to-part PTW technology that can prevent accidents by means of vehicle-to-everything. A lot has been said already. This is the third pillar, Advanced Rider Assistance Systems, ARAS. So maybe you could argue, what is Euro NCAP doing here? Euro NCAP is about safer cars and not about safer bikes. But definitely we think that motorcycles are are a big part of the problem in Europe. And we think that at least it's good to give consumers an overview of what these technologies are about, which bikes are fitting these systems as standard, and how these systems can help you as a rider to prevent accidents in a wide variety of situations. There are technical challenges, for example, the big diversity of vehicles that we have in the fleet. Of course, the complexity of the integration, these systems are not the same when they are fitted in cars than in motorcycles. The PTW dynamics is a really complex issue. A bike is not the same as a car, again, not the same animal. These systems are mostly fitted in expensive motorbikes. It's not always the case, but as a rule of thumb, that is the current situation. And how riders are going to accept these systems, that's also a big question. So, well, just a very simple overview of what these advanced rider assistance systems can be about. So we have maybe a comfort system, adaptive cruise control, can be there for comfort, but it can also be there to help you when you need it and you lose focus. Speed limiter, just the normal speed limiter that you set at your own will, it definitely adds, for me as a rider, I value these systems a lot. eCall is something that I think adds an enormous value. When you have an accident in the bike and you will have emergency services on the spot within 10 minutes or 15. I mean, every bike should be equipped with eCall for me, no doubt. I will pay the extra money for this system, no doubt. And then, of course, you have ABS, corner ABS with the most sophisticated version, blind spot monitoring, traction control, for collision warning. These systems are there to help you when you need them the most. Last but not least, I just want to provide an overview of what our future plans are. So we're going to start a new working group this year in Euro NCAP with all our members, in which we are going to try to tackle the issue of PTW safety. We will make a market a safety campaign in which we will understand the ways to inform consumers about what these systems are, how do they provide value, and which bikes are having these systems as standard. And if not as standard, how much money you need to pay to get them in your bike. So this is it from my side. Thank you very much, and you can reach out to me if you have any questions.
Thank you, Adriano. Since Adriano has to take a plane in Barcelona in few hours, and just to allow time enough to drive to Barcelona, always fulfilling the speed limits, I'll just go through and ask you just one single question, and after that, please feel free to leave when you need it. Yeah. Just about crash results in the Euro NCAP test, how have the vehicle assessed so far by Euro NCAP responded in the car-to-motorcycle crash avoidance test? It's a quite interesting question, and we are pleased to hear results.
Yeah. Hola. Yeah, so last year we assessed something like 25 cars. It was not a really busy year. This year we will assess something like 40 cars, and next year something like 70 cars. So next year is going to be really hectic for us. And all these cars will go across the car-to-motorcycle scenarios that we have, among many other scenarios. So far, I was looking at some data earlier this week about how cars have performed in this scenario so far. And generally, it's good. Generally, the cars that we have assessed so far have demonstrated to be effective at avoiding, not even mitigating, but avoiding the collision. There are a few exceptions. The most difficult accident scenario is the turn across path. So a situation in which you are making a left turn and there is a motorcyclist oncoming on the other lane. This is a difficult, from a sensing point of view, the crash avoidance system is having a challenge to detect the oncoming motorbike and avoiding the situation at the last moment. So some cars have been struggling with that particular situation, but definitely there is a big incentive in points to get the 5 stars. So we have seen that manufacturers have been really serious when it comes to adopting these technologies. And moving forwards, we will, like I said before, in 2026, we will incorporate a new scenario, which is the crossing scenario. And this will step even further the requirements for this kind of system. So long story short, so far so good, with a few exceptions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and please feel free to leave when you need it, and our recognition to EuronCap for the big effort doing during the last 10 or 20 years, so thank you very much.
Thanks, Jose.
So we continue with the next speaker, Mr. Fischer. Mr. Fischer comes from the Connected Motorcycle Consortium and will talk us about connected motorcycles. So please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, first of all, thank you to the organizer, and in particular to DGT, to give the industry the chance to talk about future technologies. Now, in CMC, our slogan is Together for Rider Safety. But wait a minute. It's more than a slogan. Just imagine, back in 2015, so almost 8 years ago, 3 companies, Honda, BMW, and Yamaha, were sitting around a table saying, let's put competition aside for a moment. What can we do to increase motorcycle safety? And one of the key technologies we were looking at that time was connectivity. And it became soon clear for every one of us that it does not make sense that every one of us produces a silo solution, because the bikes need to communicate to each other. They need to communicate to cars, to trucks, to the infrastructure. So what we need from an industry point of view is a solution that has common standards so that the bikes can talk to each other and everyone else. So Together for Rider Safety is not a slogan. That's what we are doing. Now, I will explain you in a few minutes what we've done in the last 8 years. We had several phases. And in the meantime, the consortium has grown. We have other manufacturers been joining. We have researchers in the consortium. We have suppliers and engineering providers in the consortium. And you may be surprised if you hear it later. We've done much more than looking at connectivity. But before I do so, let me just show you a brief video that explains how the consortium works today.
The Connected Motorcycle Consortium is a collaboration between manufacturers, suppliers, researchers, and associations to make powered two-wheelers part of the future connected mobility. CMC is a non-profit organization established by key motorcycle makers with the unilateral goal to improve motorcycle rider safety and comfort. Motorcycles are often not seen or recognized by other vehicle drivers. The catchphrase, digital conspicuity, describes recognition of PTW by means of exchanging messages to make the other vehicle drivers aware of motorcycles in the vicinity. Based on in-depth accident research, CMC has defined most relevant scenarios, where motorcycle riders are overseen by other drivers. CMC has developed CITS applications and scrutinized advanced driver assistance systems in cars to mitigate such critical situations. Autonomous emergency braking, AEB, features as part of advanced driver assistance systems, have been in series production for about 10 years. These systems are based on state-of-the-art sensors and additional information like map data. AEB functions are capable to avoid or mitigate collisions through warnings and automatic brake interventions. Due to current legal regulations, every series-produced car is equipped with advanced driver assistance systems and AEB systems. Therefore, this technology has a major impact on improving motorcycle safety. CITS stands for Cooperative Intelligent Transport Systems. This technology enables information exchange and collaboration between vehicles, infrastructure, and other road users.
Oncoming motorcycle.
Through the use of wireless communication, vehicles and infrastructure can exchange information in real time. This means, for example, that dangerous situations can be recognized early on. Both systems actively support road safety between motorcycles and other road users.
So the video showed some of the demonstration we've done last year. We invited industry stakeholders and we showed these use cases. But let me go on. I was talking about 8 years. Now 8 years is a long time, and you can ask, why do you need 8 years to develop or set standards for connectivity? We've concentrated on connectivity in the first phase from 2016 to 2020. Where we looked at what are the most critical scenarios, and Adriano was just mentioning them as well. That's left turn and that's the crossing. They produce most of the accidents in collisions. So we looked at that, we set the functional requirements for the system, and we actually published what we call basic system in 2020, which describes the motorcycle system in a basic way. A lot of that also was aligned with the car industry. We are active in the Car-to-Car Communication Consortium, where we talk to car manufacturers and where we point out the differences between cars and motorcycles in terms of connectivity. So that was the first phase. In the second phase, from 21 to 23, we actually did this live demo, but we also started to look at ADAS systems in cars. And you can see that over there, there's this funny looking motorcycle. That's actually the motorcycle target for cars to recognize. So we have taken this on board at CMC, looking at the systems, assessing how they work, what we can do from an industry point of view, motorcycle industry point of view, to improve the recognition of motorcycles in these ADAS systems. And furthermore, we have done more in-depth accident studies because we realized in the first phase that developing a system without deeply understanding how accidents happen will not be successful, will not serve the purpose. So for the first time ever, I think, we have looked at hundreds of accidents using the German GIDAS database and trying to understand during a certain accident scenario what happened at every second and at what point in time a connectivity or warning system would be able to avoid the accident. This was a lot of work, but we felt it's necessary to go into accidentology rather than only developing technical systems in order to tailor the motorcycle systems. And furthermore, we realized, the rider is part of a motorcycle. It's the upper half of the bike. And we looked at rider reaction. How do riders react on warnings? How do they perceive certain situations and so forth? So as I said in the beginning, it's much more than just developing a connectivity system. Now we are in the third phase. We do more basic research. We're intensively continuing looking at ADAS systems, and we are looking at more a global scale to make sure that the German data is comparable to other countries. We've done that already in Italy, France, and Spain. And we've seen that it's comparable. We've looked at US, and we are now looking at Japan data. Yeah, you know this slide, and in view of the limited time, I would just go on. So motorcycle accidents have not gone down like car accidents, but we hope with means of connectivity we can improve that. The main factor for the motorcycle accidents is that the car driver doesn't see the motorcycle. And also Adriano mentioned that about 70% of the collision accidents are because the car driver doesn't see the motorcycle. So that's this situation. Sorry, mate, I didn't see you. To avoid that, if we have a warning in the car that tells the car driver where the motorcycle is and that there's a dangerous situation upcoming, we feel that we can reduce a lot of fatalities and we can mitigate a lot of accidents. This is a short glimpse on the accident analysis. It just repeats what I said. Crossing traffic, longitudinal traffic to a certain degree, but lane change and left turn are the main problems. The blue color shows the involvement of the car driver in the accident. You can see in crossing and particular left turn, the blue color is quite big. And that is the typical situation where the car driver doesn't see the motorcycle. Yeah, I've also, in view of time, I won't go through the whole slide. I already said we look at ITS and ADAS at the same time. And what we found in our tests and studies is that ITS is ideal for early notification because the system will realize if a motorcycle is like 300 meters away, the system already gets a notice and can then show a warning if it comes to a point where an accident is likely. And then you can show a warning in the car. Of course, also in a motorcycle, if it's motorcycle to motorcycle. And the ADAS system will be very good if the driver doesn't react. And you've seen this in the video. You know, the bike comes, the car driver doesn't react, but the car can brake because of the ADAS systems in the car. These were the scenarios we have been looking at. I think no need to go through in details. They are self-explanatory. It's the typical crossing and, oh, I need to hurry up now. The typical crossing and left turn situation, but also we found lane change situations quite dangerous, particularly when a bike comes from the rear and the car wants to turn left and the car driver doesn't see the motorcycle coming on. Well, yeah, I'm already through. This is the current membership. So you see we have a couple of motorcycle companies there and so forth. So thank you for your attention. If you have any question, we can catch up later. We have I've brought along a prototype with all the electronic equipment. It's an experimental vehicle which we use for testing. And please bear in mind, if it comes into production, of course, we will not have a top case full of electronics. The system will be about this size. But this vehicle is to exchange components, to try new software and try out different components and see what works best. That's the reason for this. And again, if you have any question, happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fischer. Next speaker, Mr. Brende Bouvet, coming from Honda Motor Europe, will talk us about advanced rider assistance system. So, please, the floor is yours.
Waiting for the remote to work. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias to everyone. My name is Brente Brouwer. I'm the chairman of the working group ASA, so working very closely with our safety manager, Veneta, and with Antonio. I also work for Honda Motor Europe in the Regulatory Affairs Office. And today I got the wonderful opportunity to be here and to present our European motorcycle industry views on advanced rider assistance systems, thanks to DGT and ANESDOR, who organized this great event. So I know how much work went into this to bring this together, to bring everybody together. So thank you very much for this event. And I'm enjoying it so far, and I would recommend to continue enjoying it. It's been a great 1.5 days already. On Tuesday, I got a question from someone in the audience, what is ARAS? And at first, I wasn't sure what to think about this question, because sure, we're all industry experts here. But actually, it's a very good question, because it shows that not everyone is sufficiently aware about which technologies are being developed by the motorcycle manufacturers and which technologies are being deployed. So this is like the ideal introduction for my presentation, and that is also why, together with ANESDOR, we have done a lot of efforts, and with the national sales branches from the manufacturers, we've done a lot of efforts to bring all the bikes here. You can see them on the left and right side of me. So we've done a lot of efforts to bring the bikes here, for you to have a look at these systems, to look up them, to have a look at them very up close. And in front of the bikes, there is also a description, so a description of the function with which the bikes are equipped, and we can see the range of power two-wheelers. We have the scooters, we have bigger commuter bikes, sports touring bikes, so representing also the variety of our product. So if you haven't done already so, I would really recommend you to have a look at the description for you to learn and to take something away from this. Before we go into a bit more detail of advanced rider assistance systems, I would like to put this in perspective in relation to our ASAM road safety paper. So Veneta already introduced our ASAM road safety paper, in which we outline all of the building blocks from the safe system approach. Veneta highlighted our ASAM efforts for the green box, so the safe road users. But of course, representing the manufacturers' safe vehicles is also very important and is an integral part of our ASAM safe system approach. Protecting the rider through advanced technologies, but also continuous innovation, and especially cooperation also with other stakeholders. Hennis talked about the need to cooperate for connectivity systems, but also for other safety systems. We cooperate with other industry stakeholders, such as ETSC, also with Euro NCAP, with the car industry, through ASEA. And in addition to technology on our bikes, we of course also continue to advocate for the detection of power two-wheelers by other road users. Adriano explained this as well, that it's very important that cars, vans and trucks are able to detect motorcycles through the application of ADAS technology on those vehicles. And then of course in the future we will have the cooperative ITS systems, which then hopefully will be able to give a warning very early on to the rider. And of course, on top of all, these systems need to work for the lifetime of the product, so we encourage continuous maintenance for these systems in order so they continue to be working as designed. If we have a look at the accidentology, and Hennis already mentioned it, if we have a look at the collision-based accidents, so these are the accidents in which another vehicle is involved, we see that 80% of those crashes, the opponent vehicle is a passenger car, and in 60% of those cases, it was the driver of the car that didn't see the bike coming. So that's why, again, it's very important that we also continue to advocate for sufficient detection of power two-wheelers by other vehicles on the road, because a large portion of these accidents come from these collision-based accidents. Then the other accidents are the rider-based accidents, so these are single-case accidents where we see that the main cause is the loss of control over the motorcycle. And this then also brings me to the other part, so the influence of the rider. If we want to reduce the risk of riding error and risk, the most important is to address the rider, because the rider skill is so crucial and is still number one priority for us to improve their behavior and to reduce the risk of riding error. In addition to skills, so being able to see the traffic, control the bike, also mindset and behavior is very important. We see that high-risk riders in traffic that look for the limits of riding dynamics and go beyond the limits of technologies that are deployed on our bikes, this audience is not susceptible for any awareness campaign, and it's very difficult to reach those people. On the other hand, we have, of course, the safety-oriented riders. And these are the riders that we need to continuously train over their lifetime in order for them to have sufficient skills, which is really important to reduce the riding risk. But very importantly, also with the introduction of these many new technologies, and Adriano already mentioned this, we still see that many riders are not sufficiently aware about how they work, what they are designed for, what do they do, but especially also the limitations of these systems. So these systems are designed in a certain way, but they also have specific limitations. And it's very important that the rider, our users, they understand these limitations and correctly use the systems. They do not switch them off, otherwise the systems, as we have designed them, cannot perform very well. If we have a look at the development of advanced power two-wheeler systems over the years, we see that we are in the beginning focusing, and this is the yellow parts of the bottom parts, the first kind of systems were the reactive systems that were developed and introduced on the market. So these are systems that react, for example, ABS, if you exceed a certain braking limit, or traction control if there's some external factor where the traction is lost. So these are reactive systems. We saw the introduction of ABS in the late 80s, then followed by rear-wheel lift-off prevention and cornering ABS in the late 90s. Then traction control came, emergency stop signal around 2010, and then with the introduction of cornering ABS mid-2010. So this is just a non-exhaustive list to show also the evolution. And in the most recent years, we now switch from reactive systems. So all of the bikes on the left side basically have these systems. We switch also to the perceptive systems, of which the bikes on the right side are equipped with. And these are systems, as the word says, that perceive, look at the environment in front of the bike and in the back of the bike in order to give a warning to the rider. I just want to highlight two technologies. First one is blind spot detection. So this works in a lane change scenario where the system based on radar at the back is able to alert the rider whether there's a vehicle in the blind spot of the bike. And the aim is to enhance the awareness of the rider and promote safer lane changes. The other system, which is at the moment the most complex system that is mass-produced and is equipped on bikes, is the forward collision warning system. And these are systems that look at the environment in front of the bike and can then alert the rider in the event of a potential collision with a warning. But very important to mention is that the bike or the system is able to give a warning to the rider very close, but is not able to take over the control over the motorbike. So that's a very important difference that we see with car systems, where we are able to brake for 100%. With a motorbike, this is not possible. Otherwise, we risk the dynamics and the stability of the bike. So it's only as good at the end as the rider that still needs to make the correct assessment and still needs to either brake or avoid the situation. This is a very important difference between systems on cars compared to the systems on the motorbikes, which may have a similar name. So in conclusion, our industry safety vision promotes an integrated approach. Vinita already mentioned this. Technology is one part of the solution, but we need to also look at sufficient rider training to create a holistic safety ecosystem. The manufacturers are deploying advanced power two-wheeler systems on the bikes. You can see them here, considering their specific use on the road. So not all the bikes are the same, and also considering their specific characteristics for riding. We also continue to stress again the importance of rider training, because these systems cannot make the rider a better rider. They can get some awareness, so that's continuously, it's very important that we highlight the rider training and correct use of these systems. We also, when it comes to accidentology, would recommend the member states to implement a standardized data collection and make this data available across the member states. So for us, it's easier to perform real-world effectiveness analysis of these systems, because we have some data from some markets, but across Europe there is still a lot of efforts to do to bring the data together. And of course, also for these systems, we are committed to a collaborative approach with other road safety advocacy stakeholders to raise awareness about these systems, to raise awareness for the safe vehicle technology. So we are already working with Euro NCAP, with ETSC, ASEA, and VIAS. So thank you very much for having me, and I'm open for any questions afterwards.
So thank you to the speakers and thank you to all of you. Unfortunately, due to timing constraint, we have no time to question. So please feel free during the breaks to, if you have any question, any concern, please no complaints, only suggestion and comments. Please contact us in any moment. Thank you very much.
Pues muchísimas gracias por vuestras presentaciones y ya.
Thank you for your presentations. Okay, we will have the last roundtable about safer infrastructures. José Díaz, please come up to the stage.
Afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for being here. My name is José Díaz. I'm working for ASEM, that is the European Association representing the motorcycle manufacturer. And on behalf of organizations, I would like to congratulate ANESDOR and DGT for the organization of this event, that to us is a very unique event, because you bring all together all the different players in the sector. So we encourage DGT and ANESDOR to keep working together, and from our side, from Brussels, you have our support for anything that you need. This session is going to be, I think, like one of the most, the third leg of the road safety is going to be focused on the infrastructure. We're going to be try to be very efficient in time, because especially we are as well before lunch break. Road safety is a very important element to me because of different elements. The first one is an external actor, it's an external element, so needs further collaboration with the vehicle and the user. Secondly, it's about the road network. Only in Europe we have more than 5 million kilometers of paved road, and those roads are managed not only at national level, but we have at regional and at local. So we need like a further collaboration between the authorities. And a third reason is a personal one, if you allow me, because before working for ASEM, I've been working for the European Road Federation, and I've been working with some of the organizations that are present here, the region of Madrid, PIARC, or Eurorap and IRAP. So now that I'm working for the vehicle, so I'm looking forward for further collaboration with you in the future. So I will not lose more time. I want to focus now on the panel itself. So I'm going to introduce briefly the 4 speakers that you can please already join us. The first speaker is Mari Carmen Plaza. She's the current Deputy Director for Road Safety and Road Sustainability at the region of Madrid. She's working directly at the Department of Infrastructure and Transport, and her career has been focused on the road maintenance mobility and safety. And one of her milestones, or the current project that she has, is to deploy a safety management system in the region of Madrid, promoting the use of new technologies, especially focused on safety features. So, Mari Carmen, please, you can join us. James Bradford, he's the Global Technical Director at IRAP, the International Road Assessment Program. He has a key role within the organization because he's responsible to ensure the highest quality standards for the IRAP protocol and the assessment of the road infrastructure. In addition to his work and his assignments at IRAP, he's as well a member of the TRB, it's the Transportation Safety Management System Committee. The third speaker is going to be Roberto Llamas. Roberto Llamas is going to offer a national overview of the road infrastructure. He's the current head of the road department within the ministry, Spanish Ministry on Sustainable Mobility and Transport. Under his responsibility, he's controlling more than 25,000 kilometers, and concretely, he's focusing on the road safety management system and the different assessment and ranking of safety in the national road network. In addition, he's an active person at PIARC, that is the World Road Association, and he will have a very important mission that is going to be the transposition of the new RISM, Road Infrastructure Safety Management Directive, that focus, one of the elements is going to be the motorcycles as vulnerable road users, and he will explain us. On our fourth speaker, last but not least, is Martin Binkelbauer. He's working at the Austrian Road Safety Board. He's an expert for accident reconstruction. Regarding his background, he's a mechanical engineer from the Vienna Technical University, and he has more than 30 years of experience in road safety, covering different elements. And when we're talking about the motorcycle safety, he has focused on the research on ABS systems, the designing the test for moped riders, and as well that implemented nudging elements for rider safety on rural roads. So with any further delay, we will start with Maria del Carmen, and he will offer us the vision of the road infrastructure of the region of Madrid. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Buenas tardes, yo creo.
Good afternoon. I will begin by thanking the organizers for giving the opportunity to the community of Madrid to participate in these 2 days of a conference, which are very interesting for the motorcycling community. I have 10 minutes to talk to you about the initiatives for motorcyclists carried out by the Community of Madrid, the Autonomous Community of Madrid. First, I have to explain to you what are the features of this network. It's an autonomous network. We have 2,500 kilometers of roads. We have in a small territory such as the Madrid community, we have a lot of traffic. They are very busy roads. They have a high traffic intensity. We have a network that has high capacity, medium daily traffic, about 35,000 vehicles per day. But most of the network is local roads, made up of local roads and mountainous roads, sinuous roads. But many of them are very small, without a hard shoulder, with about 4,000, 5,000 roads passing daily, which means that a very heavy traffic. So it is important because apart from the high volume of traffic, there's a high presence of vulnerable users, motorcyclists, also cyclists and pedestrians. So as you can imagine, that would generate great problems as regards road safety. Why so many vulnerable users? Because of the landscape Madrid. You might know only Madrid, but the rest of the autonomous community of Madrid have eight different, very different areas, all of them quite attractive from the gastronomic and landscape point of view. As regards the fleet, since 2005, it has been increasing rapidly. There's and the increase of motorcycles is much faster than the increase of normal vehicles. So the probability, the increase of the rate, the accident rate is also very a problem. 21.3% of the accidents that take place in Madrid, in the community of Madrid, have a motorcyclist involved. And more if there are fatalities, and 32% if there are serious injuries. Since 2009, we have a new strategy. We've always worked together with the different associations, but during the last few years, due to the situation I've just described, we thought we had to intervene further. So we set up a management system specific for this community of vulnerable users. So we have to identify the areas where most accidents happen systematically. And we have done this specifically for motorcyclists as well. So what the signage is like, what the hard shoulder is like. So from the point of view of motorcyclists, so that we can include this in the national programming of the management of roads. So in 2009, we did a recommendation document specific for motorbikes, and that's the working document we used for design the recommendations. Here are the recommendations. You can find it in our webpage, the Madrid community. There is an area specifically to design specific criteria for identifying areas where most accidents involving motorcycles happen. According to the number of victims, we introduce specific methodology. In these areas, we do a very exhaustive study of the characteristics of the road, and we have included in the study, apart from the sensors, the presence of an expert motorcyclist, because and we're taking that into account, and the opinion of the associations of motorcyclists, etc. People who are represented here today, because they give us perspectives that are different. As engineers, we study from one perspective, but that is different from that of the drivers and the motorcyclists. Another element is monitoring and inspections. We cannot carry them out in all of the network, but we do carry them out in the specific areas where they are specifically problematic. And we update the information every 5 years, and we set up a procedure whereby we carry out studies. So in Annex 1 and Annex 2, you can see the parameters we take into account during those inspections. We determined areas to be improved while maintaining the road, and there are other points that we find that are very important, other elements, and then the areas where most is the highest number of occurrences of bicycles, motorbikes coming off the road happen. So we can actually have initiatives to improve the situation for this kind of accidents. In 2009, we brought in systems to protect motorcyclists. We have installed 120 kilometers with this kind of protections. We want to continue to do that because the recommendations are always designed by the state, who has the brief to do it, and they always mostly work on high-capacity roads, but the local smaller roads are left out. So that's the areas where a lot of motorbikes, they're the roads that a lot of motorbikes use. So it is important to include that. So we decided to work on these areas and those specific roads. As a conclusion, just to say that setting up a system such as this has been something pioneer. We carried out studies in all the administrations, but to do it systematically for motorbikes and to do it, to repeat it over time, it's pioneer. So the percentages we have and the type of accidents and all of these studies have helped us, has been quite beneficial for our interventions. We've also found specific solutions for motorcyclists. When we designed the management system, we studied 45 different areas, and we saw in the roads of the network, and we found specific solutions that could be implemented very quickly, but for others, it wasn't so easy. The solution wasn't so clear. So, for example, signage is something that motorcycles can crash against, for example. So we consider the kind of materials of the signage, of the posts. And with the strategy of road safety, which will be approved this year in the autonomous community of Madrid, we've set up a working group, permanent working group for motorcyclists, and all the different research areas will be considered there, and they will have an input in the system. And the other element is cooperation with the motorcycle users. We can all together then improve the situation and reach the best solution. And I just wanted to finish with this photograph and say that road safety is a shared responsibility. Infrastructure is the most difficult thing to change. When the roads infrastructure was designed, motorcyclists weren't involved, so the roads are thought out they're planned with cars in mind. So we think that responsible driving by car drivers is also fundamental, because the roads are not competition circuits. They're not. They're everyone's. They're for everyone, and we have to all of us work together to reduce the number of accidents.
So, from the region of Madrid to the world, I mean, now James will offer us a global perspective about the assessment of the road infrastructure, and we will take some elements about the motorcycles as vulnerable road users. So, James, please.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. So for those who haven't heard of IRAP or our European wing of EuroRAP, what we are is very similar to Euro NCAP, except for where Euro NCAP look at the vehicle and say, how does it contribute to protecting you in the event of a crash? We look at the road design and we say, how does the road design influence the likelihood of you having a crash, and what level of protection does it provide you in the event of the crash? So both two different angles there. One is reducing the chance of a rider or a vehicle occupant making a mistake, but also when they do make mistakes, how does the road protect them to make sure that severity crash is as low as possible? We've got two different ways that we make available for people to use around the world. One of those is crash risk mapping, so that's just motorcycles only in some countries. Before anybody actually has a crash on it, and looking at all those different road features and how they play together to influence that risk. And on this, typically we're most well known for our vehicle occupants star ratings, so that's things like cars and light goods vehicles. But it's also worth knowing that we also have motorcyclists as their own user group in there and their own distinct star rating, as well as bicyclists and pedestrians. So here's some examples from around the world. So where do these tools fit into the road life cycle? Because this is the biggest challenge we have with roads, is it has a long, long life cycle. You build a road and it's there for decades. And so what we've got is our crash risk mapping, very much looks at while you're maintaining the road and whilst it's opening and you're planning what to do next on your road. Whereas our star ratings actually go all the way from once you're building the road, saying, am I opening the thing? Has it been built correctly? All the way around to planning and what can I do differently in terms of getting my network right. In addition to the star rating, which is your individual road user risk, so it's what's my risk as I ride my motorbike down the road, we also do a fatality estimation, and that's the collective risk. What are all the motorcyclists' risk together on that network? And once you've got that, everybody's risk together, you can then do investment plans. What could we do differently? And what's the economics behind it? You know, what countermeasures can we build? And most importantly, how do we justify that and actually make sure we secure the investment from that, whether it's from private entities or whether it's from central government? We can then take that a step further, and whilst it's in the design process, we can actually bring ourselves up as road designs in line with so many other manufacturing industries and say, how do we make sure we design it right first time? How do we make sure we design it for all road users, that we don't end up with a car-centric road, that actually it thinks about all the users and what the potential is on that road. And actually weaving that also in there with road safety audits. So actually giving them a lot more strength to say, these are the kind of things that you can do, and this is the impact it'll have in terms of fatalities. So where has that data been collected around the world so far? So you can see all these blue lines. This is where the star ratings have been done across the world. Bear in mind that actually IRAP, we don't particularly collect the data. We did in the early days to actually help people understand how to do it. But this is now all being done through suppliers. So this is where a road authority or development bank goes, I want to look at my network, and then they'll actually contract a supplier to go and collect that data and then put it into the free-to-use IRAP tools. So for the majority of these road networks, we'll also have the motorcycle star ratings. So you can start looking at that and saying, well, how are roads performing around the world? Yeah, where are the fatalities happening, or where they will happen in the long run? We've then taken a sample of that data that's really, we've looked into it and make sure it's really strongly valid and put it into what we call the Road Safety Insights Explorer. So this is available on the IRAP website. And I'd encourage you to go and look at that data. It's really, really rich, and you can actually start digging into it and understanding some of the stories of what's going on around the world. You can put all the different filters on it. So where we were talking about earlier about what's the difference between male and female risk, what's the difference between different area types and income levels or different countries. So if this is an example where you can look at some of the other ones where I've actually filtered it down to Spain. You can see the potential crash types that will be likely to be coming out based on relationships that we've seen in other countries and what their effect on the economy would be. Likewise, how the roads that have been assessed in Spain performing, but also the business case. A lot of this comes back to the money. Can we justify spending it, especially in these times at the moment where we've got all these economic crises? Often roads are seen as the one of, well, we'll delay that, we'll do that later on. But actually, if we can turn around and say, well, you're getting a return ratio of 5 to 1, or whatever it might be for your country, suddenly the politicians start listening and going, oh, it's not something we can delay. We can have really fast benefits. So the process we go through is this. But the one I want to really draw attention to today is this stage later on that we've really recently added, which is a user-defined investment plans. And this is where we've built a tool for the road engineers to actually take the model-created investment plans and customize them. Say, okay, so you're suggesting a crash barrier here. Well, actually, I want to put a motorcycle-friendly crash barrier in here, or a much wider runoff zone. And they can actually understand the impact of that on their network. So we've developed this with the intention of being very focused at the road engineers. So they can actually dig into that, they can plan their networks, and then they can actually see what kind of impacts that's going to have. So if they say, well, I'm going to put normal wire rope barrier down this road, they can see that it's getting better for the vehicle occupants, but actually they might see that their motorcycle crashes or fatalities go up. And they can start making that decision on a really valid and informed basis. So the other thing I'd like to highlight is within the model, we've actually gone and actually looked at what happens for a motorcyclist and how does it vary compared to a vehicle occupant. Look to the research in there so that straight away you can say, well, for a vehicle occupant, wire rope barrier is probably the best. But actually, for motorcyclists, you're saying concrete barriers are potentially better. And likewise, motorcycle-friendly barriers are even better. Now, that doesn't go the whole hog. You might even then go and say, well, a clear zone as well. And so this is a small sample of this. But this is another area we want to challenge the research industry and say there's so much more we can do. It's not just about analysing vehicle data. Let's look at motorcycles, how they perform. Likewise, let's look at trucks. And especially as our vehicle fleet changes and we're getting much more heavy vehicles and SUVs and electrified vehicles coming along. How are these changing in our countries? And should we be adapting these? So where I wanted to leave you with is, what can you do with the IRAP tools in terms of motorcycles? Well, the very first one is you can use your star ratings for policy. You can actually set a policy level. So this is where we've got our suggested level of 3 stars or better. So that's almost like your minimum base level of safety. And you can then adopt that and put that very much across your whole network. You can then take that a stage further as a road authority, and you can look at which roads do I upgrade first. And this is where the fatality estimation is really strong, because it actually helps you prioritise. So it might say, well, this road here that's 3-star already is a higher priority because you're getting more fatalities on it, but at least it's showing you where that priority is. And then finally, it's the economics behind everything. The ability to really dig into it and say, if I build this road like this, what's the benefit to the economy? Being able to take that to the economists in the country and say, this is why we need to be investing on infrastructure, and this is how it's going to impact the people in the country. So you notice that these are all different languages almost for different audiences. And that's a real benefit of IRAP, as it draws all of those together to allow people to speak to different audiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, James, for this comprehensive explanation about the global situation. And now we are going back to Spain, and our next speaker, Roberto, he's from the ministry. He will offer some good practices on road network for motorcycles. So, adelante, Roberto.
Muchas gracias. ¿Se oye?
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting the Ministry of Transport and DGT at this event, which is devoted to road safety for motorcyclists. First of all, I would like to set the context for all our international guests. The Ministry of Transport is only managing 15% of the whole road network that we have in Spain. But this is the network through more than 50% of the traffic volume circulates. It is true that in the specific case of riders, approximately 1.5% or something less. So as you can see, this is a very, very low percentage. They drive through our roads. We are talking about high-quality roads. They have been designed for long-distance itineraries. And as I said, half of the roads that we manage are highways. So we are talking about high-capacity roads. This very low percentage of riders that drive through our roads doesn't prevent us from being concerned about this category. That's why we have implemented different rules and initiatives to try to reduce the injuries from this category. I would like to give you a snapshot, but I will begin by the end. So I want to talk first about what's our current policy and what's our direction at the Ministry of Transport when it comes to riders and in general when we talk about driving through our network. We have the idea and we have the policy of building safer roads for all the categories. We want safe roads also for our motorcyclists. That way, most of the accidents that happen in our network, it's because they fall, they go out of the lane. Sometimes it's a crash with another vehicle, but in most of the occasions we're talking about getting off the lane. So our idea is not to have specific barriers for riders, but rather try to have free obstacle margins. That way, if a rider falls, they won't have serious injuries. Here you can see some examples of the initiatives that we have implemented. We have adapted some roads, and in this case, we have some soft spaces, and we avoid these obstacles, and this is safer for riders and also for vehicles. So as you can see, our #1 priority is to eliminate these obstacles that are close to the road. But sometimes, it's not possible due to the space or due to the financial restraints. So that's why we need to implement other traditional measures, which at the same time are also effective. And for that, we have evolved with the technical requirements and with the regulation. Now we have identified where we see the main risks. We want to be proactive, we want to avoid the accidents, and we want to see which are the geometrical characteristics of a road whereby the risk is higher. This has evolved. Now we have different criteria. Here you will see different rules from 2004. This was then updated in 2008. This was also updated in 2014, and now we're going through an update phase. As it is logical, when the geometrical characteristics make it more difficult and make it more likely to have risks, in that case, it will be more likely for the rider to fall. So we are implementing these criteria in the new roads, and we are also doing it through security inspections. This is being implemented little by little, and in fact, last year we put this in more than 15,000 square meters. Something I would like to highlight here is that Spain has been pioneer, and more specifically, the Ministry of Transport has been pioneer because we have standardized a test for the motorcyclist protection systems. This is like a kind of patch in a contention system, and the idea is to bumper the impact of the motorcyclist against the barriers that can be found. This has been proven already, and here we have the standard 1317 and 135900. If we want to have a specific protection system, they need to comply as well with the general standard, which is for full European compliance, which is the 1317 standard. In Europe, we do not have a regulation, rather those are recommendations based on the Spanish tests, but this is not compulsory, and we think that the European standard should focus on this effort. As I said before, apart from the proactive measures that we are slowly implementing and that we will be implementing in the upcoming year, we will be doing some safety inspections which are based on the directive principles that was approved some time ago. Here we identified the sections where we can see an accumulation of riders. We have already established methodology. It is objective, homogeneous, and rigorous. As a result, we have identified that 0.1% of the network, so no more than 30 kilometers, there is an accumulation of approximately 30% of casualties. 50% are serious injuries and 15% are soft injuries. So therefore, in 25 roads, what we've done is first to indicate some specific signs. We have also been reviewing the sections, the stretches of the road, and we have been reviewing the branches where there are some bends, and in case this wasn't installed, these protection systems were installed, we have been doing specific inspections to implement some complementary measures. We have been doing these signals that you can see here in the slides, both in conventional roads and in high-capacity roads. In this last one, half of the accumulation is in high-capacity roads. At first, you might think that these accidents happen in conventional roads where there are worst characteristics, but actually this happens in half of the high-occupation roads. And finally, I would like to talk about another initiative that has been gathered in this standard. In this case, it is about pilot tests that will allow us to carry out more innovative initiatives. We have these signs, and with this we try to help the riders. I think this is a good forum to talk about this for both riders and associations. They both can give us their ideas, because our objective here is try to help the riders to adopt an ideal trajectory in the bends, which won't be interrupted, and so that they don't go into the opponent lane. Sometimes they go a bit off the lane, or the roads are not clean enough. And here we are trying to help with this sign. So we are putting more paint in the pave. So this could be a risk if there is rain, but well, we are implementing these initiatives as pilot tests. Here you will see the example on the left, you will see the lines, and they indicate, or as we will see with the next speaker, the idea is to deter the rider so that they won't get close to the axis. In the right image, this was another initiative. This is not included in the standard, and this was a pilot test that we conducted in Spain. And of course, we are not the only ones doing this, so I wanted to show you other experiences that are being carried out, in this case, in Scotland. The left picture is from Scotland, the right picture is from Slovenia. I think in Slovenia, there are lots of paints in the roads. And here we have another case from Slovenia with a specific study. They wanted to put the rider away from the axis, and what they did was to create a paint with another color, and that way they can deter the riders from going into the opposite lane. That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Roberto. Thank you very much, Roberto. And then, as you mentioned, one of the main elements where we have the highest rate of fatalities are in rural roads. And we have different elements that could play an important role. I mean, you mentioned about the road restraint system and the lower part. And one as well, it could be the road markings. How could perform the safety of those sections. So Martin will provide us an overview about different cases that they have tested in Austria. Thank you. And Martin.
Okay. The last sheets of the previous presentation was a bit of a surprise to me, but you will soon know why. Okay, I'd like to jump right into this, telling you that every motorcycle rider has a certain limit for roll angle. Riders will typically ride next to their roll angle in the curves they have the chance to do so, and they will never exceed their personal roll angle limit. Concerning that, there are only two kinds of curves. On the one hand, we have the easy ones actually, where speed determines your lean angle. And we have the other kind of curves, which tend to be the more dangerous ones, where your personal speed, your personal limit for the lean angle determines the speed you can actually go through the respective corner. So then we ask ourselves, what are the typical crashes? If a person exceeds or rides next to its personal speed limit. So what we typically see is not crashing into oncoming traffic. What we definitely see is riders running off the road, and as we know from a study from Australia, half of them still sitting on their bikes, running into guardrails. So it's not crashing the oncoming traffic. However, as you can see on that, the problem is if you manage to avoid the oncoming traffic, the corner you then have to ride is closer than the previous one. And as I told you, riders never exceed their personal limit for roll angle. But what you definitely need would be more roll angle. And you don't have that, and this is why they exactly run off the road. So how can we avoid that? But before we look at that, we look at types of motorcycle riders. This one, definitely too fast. It was no problem with the roll angle limit. It was a problem with the road. This one, completely different. Compare the roll angle with the motorcycle race riders even in pouring rain. So it is minimal, less than 20% of roll angle. And a switch in the brain of this rider said, you're not gonna make it. And he ran off the road. Or this one. But for this one, it was just the road too narrow. Okay. That video actually was shot by one of the cameras which we used for evaluation. Okay. Actually, we hid in the bushes, filming motorcycle riders, counting where they are going, and what we found is that only 5% have the correct track, stay away from the oncoming bus. 79% would have probably hit the bus or would have had to avoid the bus, and 16% would even fit it between the A-pillars of the bus. Sometimes you are lucky. This is no photoshopping, this is a right term, but we were lucky. The rider there was the instructor. So, what can we do about it? Actually, we know that, well, the sentence actually is not true. It is not true that riders don't like road markings, but they don't like to go over. So we decided we paint the road markings where we don't want the riders to go. In several curves, we wanted to know whether this is suitable to change trajectories, and our first attempt in 9 curves in 3 different Austrian regions was yes. We are able to change trajectories with road markings along the center line. We are able to change the trajectories of a wide range of riders. So that was an attempt right after painting these markings to the road. Actually, we are not painting them. It is sheet material, and we glue it to the floor. So we did a second evaluation 3 years later, because you need a little bit of time to have enough crashes there to do a before and after study. And what we have learned in this second evaluation is that the markings even worked better in terms of changing the trajectories, and we could tell that where previous to installing these markings were 16 crashes, afterwards only 7. So that could be something like a 50% decrease. Not that much, and by far too few to have significant information. We started exporting the thing to Luxembourg, and they had the same very good results. Of course, nothing about crashes so far, but they have the same results, more or less the same very positive results in terms of changing trajectories. So they were able to keep our riders away from the center line. You know this picture already. The same worked in Slovenia, where they still have the road races, but they take place on the own lane of the rider. They're still racing there, but it's not that dangerous actually anymore. Then something quite funny happened. The Austrian region of Tyrol asked us to do something about the motorcycle crashes they have. They have very many people from abroad crashing there and dying on their roads. They don't want that. They said, do something, but do it now. We want immediate impact. So painting road markings is quite easy a task. So what I did is use our crash analysis tool to find out the dangerous curves, go there, paint the road. 3 years later, we wanted to know what is the impact to crashes. We went back to the same 19 curves. We had an analysis where there were 6.5 slight and severe injuries, and almost a bit more than a half a fatality per year. In the after period, it was only 2 slight and 2 severe injuries. Now, the after period went through the corona pandemic, so you have to control for exposure. That's what we did, and in the end, we find 18% less crashes than before. And what we also found is that riders tend to experience these elliptic markings on the road as a particular information for them, only for them. You know, riders tend to, if you have a warning sign like dangerous curves on the next 10 kilometers, the higher the number, the better. Well, this is where I want to go. They do not take this information serious. But if you have these particular markings on the road, this is a sign for a rider. This is for you. For you, it's dangerous. It directly addresses riders, and they experience that way. Okay. That was about rural infrastructure. Of course, road markings are not everything for rural infrastructure. We also need predictable alignment. We need predictable friction. We need forgiving road signs, for instance, to place chevrons for highlighting the alignment of a road on a steel pole is not the wisest of things. Guardrails, best thing, take them away if you don't need them. At least retrofit them with motorcycle fit additional guardrails. And sum up all that in your own road design guidelines for motorcycles. So, a little bit back now, since I have a minute left. For if somebody would ask me for the cost of road markings, what would you estimate? Well, I tell you, for the cost of a single injury, we could paint a road for 100 years. For a fatality, it's 10,000 years. So this is rather effective. No, it's not only effective, it's also efficient. Yes? Well, that's all I wanted to tell you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Perfectly on time. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Roberto, James, and Maria del Carmen. From my side, wish you a good continuation and a better lunch. Bon appetit. And I think Laura is going to provide some logistical instructions.
Quería comentaros que para salir tenemos que...
Yes, I wanted to tell you that we need to leave through that area because this entrance is closed. And now we will go for lunch following the European timetable. So please follow me. Thank you very much.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas? Y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde?
Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible. Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultrarrápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultrarrápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultrarrápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultrarrápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultrarrápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultrarrápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
En los streamings, detrás de mi cabeza, o sea...
Que era para probar. Hola. Hola, 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 hola.
Esto tiene más dedos ya.
1, 2, 3. ¿Qué piensas, Carlicos? ¿Qué piensas? Hola.
Pues podemos ir a comer, sí.
Hola, hola, hola. Joder, ya me veo yo por ahí que sube algo. Hola. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hola, Carlicos. Qué majo. Qué posturica, ¿eh? Hola.
Hola. 2, 1, 2. ¿Vale? ¿Lo tienes claro? Bien. A ver, ¿por qué me cortas? 1 siempre tiene que ser este. Izquierda según se mira. 1 mi derecha, 2 mi izquierda. Estás mucho más bajo en uno que en otro. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. ¿Qué te ocurre, David? ¿Están desigualados, te estoy diciendo? Hola, hola. Están desigualados el 1 con respecto al 2. Si no me miras, es imposible que podamos hablar. 1, 2. Cuando iguales, te hablaré. Bien. Hola. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Vale, creo que están más iguales, pero ahora me da la sensación de que el 2 es más bajo. Da igual. No es la cápsula. Vale. Hola. Hola. Vale. Se utiliza pasador de power. Iván Canalda. ¿Se utiliza el pasador? Creo que no. Sí. ¿Qué hay? ¿Conclusiones? Vale. O sea, las conclusiones van con... ¡Ah! Esto quería probar yo, claro que sí. Cuidado, David. No, semiabierto, no tan alto. Vale, esto es lo que yo quería saber. Ya sabía yo que estaba este problema, pero afortunadamente nos ha dado. Vale, corta todo y me pongo mano. Venga, 2. Vale, venga, retomamos, David. Hola, hola. Vale, tampoco vamos a hacer muchas pruebas porque si no, abajo molestamos, ¿vale? Hola, hola, David. Hola, hola, David. Por mí debería de valer, por ti mandas. Te vas un poco. Y me quiero ir además. Hola, hola, hola. Te vas. Dime. Up. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola. Por ahí lo tienes. Aún te colea un poco. Hola. Hola. Up. Cuéntame, David. Cuéntame. Te has ido ahora mucho, ¿eh? ¿Habla, has dicho? Hola, 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 hola. Bien. No, bien. No, bien. No. 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 Has matado mucho. Estos pobres mozos pegan ahí todo el día de guardia, tú. Joder, macho. Habla. Bla, 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 bla. No. Está maravilloso. Bla, bla. Pam, pam. Pues ya no hago más pruebas. David, no. ¿Con los oídos? Lo escucho con los oídos. Que sí, que no, que yo no lo tengo que escuchar, que lo tenéis que escuchar vosotros, que yo estoy hablando. Estáis cascando mucho y no estáis a lo que tenéis que estar. Y quiero comer. Hola. Ya lo sé, ya. Me está cortando uno. El 2 lo has cortado, lo sabes, ¿no? Os vuelvo a repetir que abajo se oye, con lo cual me interesa cierta premura y quiero comer. Me gustaría comer. Hola, hola, hola. Ahí lo tienes, David. Ahí sí. Venga, abre el 2 y cuidado con la suma que te hará otra vez. Para todo el mundo. No he parado de hablar. Me canso ya de hablar. Hola, están los dos. Dos. Es que te podías haber cogido, lo hubieras ecualizado mejor con la tablet. Afuera. Hola. Hola, caracola. Hola, señor técnico, que sale a la sala. ¿Por qué sale a la sala? Me quedo sin voz. Vale.
¿Ya está?
No, no basta media hora más para putearte.
No, si es que no han mandado limpiar esto y dejar el lápiz sin huellas. Yo si no lo puedo dejar.
Dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia
Mm, 30 segundos, ¿vale? Hola sí, ya. Vale.
Para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en Cepsa. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
MotorTech 2024 es una exposición inmersiva en la que podrás conocer todos los últimos avances tecnológicos del mundo de la moto en materia de seguridad, de conectividad, de equipamiento y también de sostenibilidad. Y todo ello sin dejar de lado las emociones, la pasión y la libertad que solo los que montamos en moto podemos sentir. Sumérgete en esta experiencia desde el 20 de marzo hasta el 16 de junio. ¿Y dónde? En Mobility City, en Zaragoza. ¿Me acompañas?
Avanzar sin dejar huella. Es lo que de verdad nos impulsa en CEPSA. Avanzar descarbonizando tu flota y compensando emisiones de CO2, acompañándote en la transición energética. Avanzar con nuestros partners para ofrecerte más de 6.000 puntos de carga rápida y ultra rápida, uno cada 200 kilómetros. Avanzar cómodamente, pago digital en todos los puntos. Juntos, hacia un futuro más sostenible.
Por favor, vayan tomando asiento.
Hola, buenas tardes. Vale, se escucha.
Good afternoon, please. If you could take your seats. We're going to move on to the closure of the conference and conclusions.
Perfecto. Pues para dar concluida con esta primera conferencia.
So we're going to close this first international conference on road safety for motorbikes. I'm going to invite Mr. Antonio Perlot to draw conclusion from the work carried out in the last 2 days. Thank you, Antonio.
Okay.
So good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. Please have a seat. Okay, so my task is to briefly take you through the main takeaways of the last 2 days. I hope you enjoyed the event as much as I did. I found it very informative. I think the organizers did a really good job in bringing interesting speakers to animate interesting exchanges. And we put together the key takeaways of this 2 days, which you will see on the slides. And just that you know, there will be a report being produced by the organizers, which will follow this event. So developing, of course, these key takeaways. So we started yesterday with the international policy overview, and I will not name all the speakers because you were here, you were able to follow those discussions. But we had the privilege of getting presentations from international institutions. And basically what has been interesting all over the program is the fact that there is a consensus on all of the outputs I will show you today. There have been no disagreements, which I think is a very good thing. So to start with, so of course motorcycle safety is considered to be an issue which needs to be solved. It's a problem which has different sizes depending on the regions of the world, but it is considered by all to be extremely important to be addressed. It is also recognized that there is not a unique solution to solve motorcycle safety challenge. And the different solutions that we looked at, they all must be evaluated, prioritized and integrated. This is quite important because the level of development of road safety, and I would say also the level of development of countries around the world, differs widely. But the idea is, of course, there's a need to work on the whole safety system, looking at the infrastructure, looking at motorcycles, and looking, of course, at user behavior. We then zoomed further from the international environment to the regions, and we had the possibility to have presentations from different areas of the world. Again, here, the idea is not to focus too much on the detail, but clearly there is a recognition that motorcycle mobility is, of course, one, motorcycling is one, but it also translates in different ways of moving, different kinds of vehicles, and this must be recognized also in the solutions that are developed. So we talked about key performance indicators, targets for road safety improvements to be achieved. This is important to have to move forward, but we have to keep in mind the different realities so that these can be reflected in the solutions that are implemented. We then zoomed further in from the regional to the national policy level. And here again, having the possibility to count on different presentations. As I said earlier, realities are different, but it is important to look at what is available as tools to solve the issues we have, because good practices that have worked in one area can be replicated elsewhere. And especially in an international environment like this one, there's a lot of possibilities to use solutions that have worked elsewhere in a different setting. Having in mind, of course, that what is written here as creative thinking is necessary, we know the limitations I mentioned earlier on the economic side, which are for all, I would say, partners in the ecosystem, whether this is the administrations, whether this is, of course, the industry, the user that is buying a vehicle or the equipment that goes with it. There needs to be creative thinking in adapting this to the local conditions. So it is an opportunity to learn from each other, but it needs to be adapted to the local situations. Local situations, here we are. So we come to the city level, and this is perhaps the level where there's an overall agreement in this room that motorcycles are part of sustainable mobility. This is very important, and because of the advantages they bring, there is a need to work on the challenges they also bring, the challenges of road safety. So here, there's a recognition that throughout the world, if you look at the different levels of the road network and road infrastructure and the environment, cities are by and large facing the same challenges. Whether it's Barcelona or whether it's Southeast Asia or whether it is Latin America, the challenges of urban mobility are there. There's a need to find more agile vehicles that will be able to move in those environments, reduce congestion and pollution. So motorcycle can be part of that solution. But obviously the challenge of safety needs to be also integrated there. And if you look at other areas of these countries, whichever they are, all the countries applies the same rule. Rural environment will have, again, similarities. And so a challenge for a given country is to make sure that there is a certain organic approach in addressing these when the safety strategy and the transport and mobility strategies are developed, to make sure that these different levels are working together. And being in Europe, which obviously we know, many things are decided at European level, but of course a lot is done then at national, regional and local. So again here, there's a value in exploring what are the best practices that have worked in different areas of the world and transpose them. Safe system approach, we talked about it. It is basically the fact that motorcycling as such is not something that exists in the void. It is something that is used in a given situation. It needs always to look at the overall, I would say, picture when a safe system is developed, having in mind the different parameters that need to be acted upon. So we have in mind the vehicle, of course the infrastructure and the user. And this is where this brings me now. User is important. Of course, the user of the motorcycle is the most important aspect of motorcycle safety here. We know that there is a lot of training practices that are available throughout the world. In some situations, basic training is already in place. It is an issue of moving to defining what can be done on top of basic training. and therefore developing advanced training programs. In other areas, this is completely missing, and basic training needs to be basically implemented. So this is important. It can be incentivized also to make sure that these schemes are developing. We looked at personal protective equipment, which is by definition something that is quite challenging because the cost, but also the weather conditions are very different for the user depending on where this vehicle is being used. There will be a need for diversity of solutions. And again, here certification we saw has brought a lot of improvements which can be used also looking forward, bringing solutions, including solutions such as airbags, which of course are bringing additional promising technology, but having in mind again that in many areas of the world, people are not even wearing helmets. So again, here it's an issue of looking at what is most adapted to a given context. If we look at the vehicles, of course, and here the exhibition speaks for itself, we looked at the what is in the future being developed today, what is already on the market today. We looked at advanced rider assistance systems, and there's an array of solutions that are already on the market today, and the issue is how to promote the take-up and make sure with consumer information that the riders are able to basically understand what are the benefits of getting these vehicles fitted with the ARAS, their own vehicles. And of course, we looked also at connectivity and what motorcycles will and are being, of course, now with investigations and work being done by entities such as the Connected Motorcycle Consortium, connectivity can bring in making sure the vehicles are connected to the other vehicles in traffic and to the infrastructure. So this is, again, something we had a chance to discuss. And then finally, safe infrastructure. This has been recognized as a very important element, and obviously when you look at the way the roads are built, again, there's huge diversity depending on developed and developing countries, but by and large, road safety audits can bring improvements, and especially if they're developed with the motorcycle perspective in mind. So here, we also touched upon innovations in the area of infrastructure that can make this, I would say, these improvements more tangible for motorcycle riders. We talked about safe trajectory markings, for instance, rating of roads, not only of vehicles. So many opportunities here for steps to be taken, and also again here for best practices to be shared. That is all I wanted to say from my side. I'd like to thank you all. I thought from my perspective this was an interesting, very interesting event. I'd like to thank DGT and ANESDOR for organizing this, for involving ASEM in the organization. I hope there will be more opportunities in the future to run this event again, and I look forward to seeing you again in that occasion. Thank you very much.
Finalmente, es un honor para mí presentar a los participantes que...
I want to introduce you the participants for the session, closure session. José Luis Rodrigo, General Director of Ibercaja, Jordi Bordoy, President of ANESDOR, Octavio López, Councillor for Economy, Mobility and Housing and Logistics, and Fernando Grande Marals Casat from the Ministry of Interior.
Ministro del Interior del Gobierno de España, consejero de Fomento.
Minister for the Development, Housing of Spain, Mobility and Logistics, Delegate of Government of Spain in Aragon, Director-General of Traffic, President, authorities, friends, President of ANESDOR, dear friends. As Director-General of Ibercaja Foundation, I would like to express the pleasure I've had in having you here in Mobility City as part of this, participating in this conference. There have been 2 intensive days. We have focused on the safety on two-wheel travel, and we've had very detailed reflections and studies as regards the policies to guarantee the safety of two-wheel users. Motorcycle is an opportunity to reach a sustainable and agile mobility. This must come hand in hand with a number of measures by the public and private sectors in order to promote this transport, always as a priority looking after the safety of the motorcyclist. It is a joyful day for Mobility City. This is the end of the international conference, but from today, Motortech's 2024 exhibition starts. They are about sustainability and safety of motorbike and technologies for it. It will be very interesting for all all types of public, and it will be there until June. The idea is to highlight the effort of the motorbike sector to incorporate technological elements in order to improve safety and to improve the impact of motorbikes on the environment. It has been a pleasure to organize this conference here, and I am very thankful and grateful for the teams of the DGT, the different teams, and for ANESDOR for organizing this conference. This event is very much in the spirit of Mobility City. It is one of the most innovative initiatives of Ibercaja Foundation. It was set up as a place of encounter between companies, citizens, and institutions. Today is a great day for Mobility City because it has been a great meeting. Thank you very much to all the participants who have arrived from all the corners of the world in order to come here to our home in Zaragoza. Without you, this conference couldn't have happened. The doors of Mobility City will be forever open to your ideas, your proposals, and your initiatives, which will help improve mobility, cleaner mobility, better connected mobility, and more safer mobility.
The city to Zaragoza. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes, Ministro del Interior.
Good afternoon, Ministry of Interior, Council of Development, Housing, Mobility and Logistics, Director-General of Ibercaja authorities, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to wholeheartedly thank you for the cooperation of all of those who have spoken, given speeches the last few days. Thanks to you, we have achieved a very complete perspective and view of safety related to motorcycling. Thank you to those who have come.
Brains assistants that have come to the Mobility City event from far away. I hope you have been able to enjoy the hospitality of our country, Spain, and in particular of the beautiful town of Zaragoza, its cultural treasures, and of course of its rich gastronomy. Este agradecimiento es extensivo a todos los que nos habéis seguido online.
This event is this gratefulness is also directed at those who have followed us online the last few days. It shows the important part that motorbike has in the road safety agenda. I hope you have taken advantage to make contacts, share agendas, and help you know each other and join efforts in order to improve road safety. Motorbikes are more and more present in our roads. Motorbike helps achieve a more efficient and sustainable mobility. It is also more accessible for everyone than other type of vehicles. It is a shared responsibility by all of us, the private and public sector, companies, institutions, and generally every stakeholder to overcome the vulnerability of motorbike users. We have to bring about solutions to consolidate a decreasing tendency in the accident rate. The vulnerability of users, especially motorbike users, is a complex problem. We don't have a silver bullet solution. We all must strive to reach the objective. We must find a set of measures that they complement each other and which will allow us to achieve the reduction of in the decrease in the number of victims. Let us not blame only motorbike riders for their safety. We must have a general solution which integrates different aspects. That is why the agenda of this conference has been very interesting. It has followed the different areas and the different responsibilities. We need safer roads, safer users, safer technology. We need safer users of motorbikes, but also safer car drivers. All of them must share the road in harmony. We need safer vehicles, safer motorbikes, safer vans, safer trucks. Vehicles which are able to identify and protect motorbikes like they do with pedestrians and bicycles. We need safer infrastructures, more focused in protecting the motorbike, and they must stop focusing only on cars. Infrastructures require investment and resources are not unlimited. But that doesn't mean we have to abandon our efforts. We must ensure that improvements happen over the next decade. Finally, we need integrating policies. We cannot continue to allow the motorbike to be the great forgotten vehicle on our roads. In the bill for sustainable mobility, we don't read the word motorbike once. In most safe and sustainable mobility plans of the cities, we hardly see anything about motorbikes. That cannot continue to happen. When we talk about low emissions areas, motorbikes and cars are treated in the same manner. We cannot allow that to happen. We must prioritize. We must take into account. We must carry out cost-benefit analysis. We have to think of the budgets we have, and we have to focus on the main problems. We cannot make decisions that damage mobility without giving us any solution. We must protect the right to mobility by people. Mobility means health and economic development. We cannot limit the access to good mobility to some groups in society. Our companies offer a wide range of light vehicles which allow people to achieve mobility in an efficient manner and in an affordable manner. We invest hundreds of millions every year to develop technologies to improve safety. You can see some examples of this in the exhibition in 2024, which will be here until the month of June. I hope it will highlight all the benefits that these technologies can contribute to mobility. Public-private partnership is very, very important. All this technological development is no good if people don't work together because the fleet is old. We need political will to renew the fleet, and that renewal does not necessarily need funding. Intelligent policies should be enough in order to improve the fleet, reduce the environmental impact, etc. Our companies, our sector can contribute to improve the current situation through the cooperation with public administrations. We need the involvement of the administrations. If motorbike is the main challenge for road safety in Spain, then we need to give it more budget. We need new analysis, in-depth analysis of the situation and the recent evolution of the causes of accidents. We need to update the policy measures, And all of this must be in the hands of a working group that with members from all expert backgrounds. Our hand is offered to all of those who want to cooperate and work with us in improving road safety for motorbikes. And I want to finish by thanking those who have made this conference possible. ANESDOR, Mobility City, DGT, thank you and congratulations for the work done.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to have you with us in Zaragoza. Muy buenas tardes, señor Ministro de Interior.
Good afternoon, dear Ministry of the Interior, President of ANESDOR, dear General Director of the Ibercaja Foundation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for inviting me for the closing of this international conference. I do this with pleasure because I know that these conferences, which has been taking place over the last 2 days at the wonderful place of Mobility City, this contributes to the search of solutions to reduce the accident rate and minimize the user risks. Aragon has a great interest in this. It's not something new. The fact that our autonomous community is wonderful to drive with a PTW and enjoy the beautiful landscapes from the Pyrenees, the Monegros region, and also the charms of Moncayo, and the wonderful mountains from Teruel, among other landscapes, apart from the very rich cultural and gastronomy legacy that we have in our territory. And motorcycle riders know this. We have social networks, we have publicity campaigns, and now we can see that our roads in Aragon gather hundreds of bikers who drive through the whole territory. And our objective is to offer them the greatest safety possible. We are connected to other territories through 11,500 kilometers, 2,000 out of which belong to the national network, 3,000 belong to the autonomous community, and the 5,700 remaining kilometers belong to the autonomous region. Within these 5,700 kilometers, this Councillor, which is myself, I can contribute to improve safety and reduce the accident rate and the impact of it. And that's what we are doing currently. We are about to sign the final agreements with the companies who will be in charge of executing the extraordinary road plan that will renew 1,700 kilometers as of next summer. Now we are drawing the next road plan up until 2040, where we will renew the rest of the roads in our autonomous community. This is unfortunately the worst road network in Spain. So every initiative, every action, every kilometer will be designed with the aim of improving biker safety. And of course, every action will lead to a greater safety, especially when this will mean a whole renewal of the pavement. And especially as well, if we take into account specific criteria to promote safety and protection of motorbikes. That's why I have told the General Direction of Traffic to promote this safety and adherence of PTW, as well as in the new trenches and the signaling of roads, because we want to take motorbike safety into account. Also, where necessary, we will implement some safety measures to protect bikers from the impact into the guardrails to minimize the damage in case of accident. In Aragon, we almost have 80,000 motorbikes that have been registered, many of which go into the roads to be used in daily movements or weekly movements. Well, it is our duty with all of them, towards them, for all of them who travel through our territory. We want our roads to be as safe as possible. We'll do all our efforts to reduce the accident rate. That's our obligation and our commitment. We want to be aware that especially motorbike riders are very vulnerable users, I would say. They share the roads with bigger vehicles, and that's why these riders need more effective measures. This also has to do with infrastructure, and that's why the government of Aragon is committed to implementing every measure that is necessary to reduce the accident rate and its impact. In Aragon, last year, 56 people died as a result of a motorbike accident. Here, I could try to play it down or compare this number with the Spanish average, but I won't be doing this because this is not appropriate. It is rather appropriate to analyze the situation, establish a diagnosis of the issue, and see what we can do about it. And this is what we are doing at the government of Aragon. Please let me dream with the day where, in the future, in a forum like this or at another conference, we will be able to say that the victims of motorbike accidents is zero. In the meantime, we want rest, and we will keep improving our roads, and we will turn the Aragonese network in an ally. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes a todas.
Good afternoon, everyone. President of the Association of PTW, Councillor of Development, Housing, Mobility and Logistics Director, General Director of the Ibercaja Foundation, General Director of Traffic from the government, dear representatives from international bodies, administration, regional, local and national administrations, companies, associations and civil society entities. Especially every association victim of accident rate, dear friends, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Here we are, many of us, once again in Zaragoza. This is a city where we already had a meeting in October 2021 to share some urban policies. That was the 6th Conference on Cities for Sustainable Mobility. Here we are, and we can see the commitment and the involvement from the authorities and from all associations when it comes to road safety. This bridge pavilion from the architect Zaha Hadid represents undoubtedly the cutting-edge initiative from Ibercaja Foundation. They have a leading role in research and future mobility, and that's why this mobility has to be safe, sustainable, efficient, and of course accessible. Over the last 2 days, this international conference has analyzed safety in motorbikes movements. Let me please remind you of the main numbers. According to data from the WHO, around 1,200,000 people die every year in the worldwide roads and streets, out of which 20% of those are users of PTWs or moped. In some Asian and Latin American countries, this percentage is even above 50%. In the EU, the percentage of motorbike death represents 19%, and in our country, in Spain, this represents 25%. Spain has a motorbike fleet with almost 6 million units. This is one of the biggest fleets in the EU. So undoubtedly, this is a market that hasn't stopped growing over the last years, and especially after the pandemic, as it was previously mentioned. Therefore, we need to embark upon a big task. Many of our citizens find motorbikes very useful for their movements, and however, they don't see those advantages in other vehicles. They use motorbikes for their daily movements, and in fact, motorbikes has a very competitive price and it is very easy to use. Also, the movement time is lower, it provides flexibility, and this is something that the rest of the vehicles cannot offer. For local administrations, motorbike, especially in its electric version, is a very low-emission vehicle, and it almost doesn't have any impact in the local air quality. And here we would also remember the prevalence of this vehicle in the new business models linked to shared mobility, e-commerce, as well as the delivery, as we all know already. Therefore, motorbike is the great reference and the great protagonist in many streets and roads of many countries. And with the motorbike doesn't have a big presence, this will be the case in the future, as it is already happening in Latin America. Therefore, this international conference is very interesting, not only for the countries, regions and cities where motorbikes play a very important role, but rather for everyone, because motorbikes will have a very important role in the future. But we all need to be prepared to manage the growth of these vehicles. We need to have the lowest impact on road safety, because that's our duty and our task. In some European countries, we also see other needs. We see the sports attraction, and this goes beyond the use of motorbikes. And this translates into movements of people who want to enjoy using the motorbikes in very specific environments and settings, as we all know. These leisure movements show a very well-known pattern. This happens over weekends in big motorbikes. This is done in group. Usually we're talking about wide, experienced men. And even if they are experienced, sometimes we can see a high accident rate when it comes to leisure activities with the motorbike. We know that in Spain, when the weather is good, the accident rate Monday morning will find the motorbike rider as the main protagonist. Unfortunately, on the 4th of January, I presented the provisional data of accident rates in 2023. The relative data for motorbike riders speaks for itself. 299 deaths, 28% more than in 2022. Those of us who understand the passion for the two wheels cannot understand why this can cost lives in those territories. As I said, 299 riders who died last year in the roads. This is just a crazy number, and there is a growing trend that we have seen over the last years. This is something we cannot accept. I know this perception undoubtedly is something that you all share. I will even dare to say that up until now we are at 19th of March, in 2023 we saw an increase of 18% in the deaths with motorbikes with regards to 2022, and now 50 riders have died, whereas in 2023, over the same period of time until the 19th of March, the number was 43. And this number has increased in the highways. There is also a very interesting data provided by DGT. Motorbikes represent 25% of people who die in our roads, but this is less than 3% of the motor mobility, less than 3%. And however, they account for 25% of the deaths. There is another way to say this. By every kilometer, the risk of dying by a biker is 18 times higher than the risk of those people who travel in a four-wheeled vehicle. We need to reduce this number, but we will only be able to do so with holistic approaches. We need to follow the safe systems, and we want to promote the safety of our bikers, and we want to implement every measure necessary. This holistic approach that was mentioned in this closing conference requires the commitment from everyone. And this first international conference on road safety of motorbikes shows the commitment of the two most important stakeholders. We can see the responsible administration, of course, who are in charge of road safety, and also the Manufacturers Association of Motorcycles. President of ANESDOR, representatives from the European associations. We all know that you also share our common objective, and you also share the vision, because we want to reduce the accident rates, and of course those numbers are unacceptable. Therefore, we ask you to accelerate the implementation of safe systems, and please to continue collaborate as you did before when it comes to drawing up effective policies, and please help us to reach the bikers. You know better than no one your customers. You have a daily contact with them, and therefore I ask you to be a key ally in the education channel and awareness about the risks related to driving a motorbike. With regards to the Ministry of the Interior, I would like to reiterate our task. We are committed to reducing the risk of motorbikes, and we want to improve the policies and the necessary means towards that goal. We will use every technical and human measures that we can use in order to analyze the data, to further research on the policies from other countries, as we've done over the last 2 days, because we want to be innovative and we want to implement very concrete measures that will have a real potential to decrease the accidents. Last January, I already explained the main measures. We are going to update the refresher course of points, and we will be incorporating a specific profile for those riders who have lost their driving license. We will also implement some safe courses for motorcyclists. We will also review the A license exam for big motorbikes, and we will attach more importance to the road tests. We will also incorporate the use of airbags, and this will be compulsory in the equipment of students. We will also establish a compulsory course for B license riders who have been having this license for 3 years. At the same time, we will keep recommending the use of airbag for bikers as an significant improvement for their safety. And we will provide with airbags every biker from the Traffic Association of the Guardia Civil. This is our commitment, but of course we also need your commitment. I therefore ask the associations to keep on collaborating in awareness raising. please promote safe behaviors. I ask further consciousness to users about the vulnerability and presence of bikers. I ask the owners of the roads to please incorporate into their audits and inspections the specific perspective of motorbikes, and to please research new design solutions in order to reduce the accident rates of this category. To the driving schools and training schools, I please ask you to promote the greatest specialization of your teaching staff on a safe use of the motorcycle, and please attach the importance that the motorbike needs. I also ask the local administrations to understand the reality of motorcycles. They need to incorporate this vehicle into their urban and sustainable plans and to evaluate the creation of specific units or offices for motorbikes. To the rest of the administration and public powers, to all entities from civil society to universities and research centers, to teachers, to professionals from competition motorcycling, I please ask everyone to keep being part of this joint effort, which is very much necessary. Motorcycle safety, as you have discussed over the last 2 days, is our greatest challenge. We will only be able to progress, as we all know, if we work together. I want our country, Spain, to have a leading role worldwide when it comes to road safety of motorcycles. I want everyone who came to this international conference, who came from other countries, I want you to hear from us very soon so that we can keep on learning and we can exchange the different experiences. From my side, I commit myself on behalf of the Ministry of the Interior and the DGT to have a more active role in the exchange of good practices with international bodies and other regional and national administrations. And now, to conclude my intervention, I would like to thank the work and the great example from the victims' associations. Some of them are represented in this conference. Victims remind us that we have the moral and ethical obligation, as well as a shared responsibility, to work tirelessly to reach a safe mobility without fatalities and serious injuries. So our responsibility is to save lives.
Motorcycle Road Safety Conference. Thank you very much for sharing our policies. All of us need to share best practices. I am sure that we are going to strengthen our cooperation because it's the only way to solve lives, to be better as society, as human beings. Thank you very much for everything.